So if you look at the board attendees to the left is the perfect. Great. Here we go. You can go ahead and mute yourself until we start. Looks like wait, I'm sorry. I haven't tracked. All right. I think we have. Are we missing anyone? I don't see any applicants just yet, I'm going to go ahead and start the broadcast. So, Mr. Chair, if you are ready, you can go ahead and open up the meeting. Once again, just a reminder, of course, Pilar and Nicole will be here to support you throughout this meeting. Timmy Bolton is managing the plans. So if you would like him to zoom in or go to a specific page number, just let Timmy know. And then I will be, this is Timmy, thank you. And I will be okay, I'm going to go ahead and start the broadcast. And Mr. Chair, when you're ready, after you hear the message, you can go ahead and start talking.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Okay. Welcome to Historic Landmarks Commission, May 13th, 2020. So we'll start with our first order of business is item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within its jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for a public discussion.
Mr.
So
Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. If I could interject for a moment, would you like me to take roll call before we begin on general business?
Oh, yes. Sorry, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, I'll start. Chair Grumbine.
Here.
Vice Chair House.
I'm here.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Here.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Here.
Commissioner Mahan.
Here.
Commissioner Uli.
Present.
Commissioner Vania.
Here.
Here.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, so now back to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to address an item that's not on this agenda, please see the how to raise your hand or how to address.
And Mr. Chair, this is Ellen Kokinda. I don't see anyone who wishes to speak at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So we are on to approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks. Item B, approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting, April 29th, 2020.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes.
Second.
All right, motion by House, second by Uli, was that?
Yes.
All right. So under discussion.
Just FYI, did anybody tell Channel 18 to start broadcasting?
Mr. Chair, this is Ellen Kokinda. Just to let you know that I got word from City TV that there's currently a special meeting of the City Council that Channel 18 is broadcasting, and they can only broadcast one at a time. But for any members of the public who wish to watch live, they can go to the HLC webpage and the videos, and it's streaming live there. So that's just, I wanted to let you know.
How dare they preempt us?
We don't feel so special anymore.
We're more entertaining.
Okay. That's true.
I have comments on.
So minutes, yeah.
Okay, minor little thing on the front page. Heidi doesn't have her name before Rydell. And the next one is on page 6. That would be item 5.
Okay. Can you hold on just so we get to it?
Okay.
I'll be looking at the same thing. It'll be a little slower, but I think it'll be better.
So page 6. Okay. So under the first motion, action, it should say motion failed due lack of a second. I believe.
Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. And then let me maximize this a little more. Okay. And then on page 7, comment 2 should be, come on.
Hi, Mama.
Plaster on the weep screed details. Screed with a D, not screen. And comment 3, the balcony over the spa roof is too tight. And comment 4, I would change to say the commission needs more information about the gutter material. If that's okay to make that change. And then on comment 5, styles is with an I instead of a Y. And Arcadia is the brand of the windows. So I would just suggest saying the rails and styles of the windows should be. And
Sounds good.
comment 6, changed to read, the commission prefers French swing doors instead of French doors or swing doors. And my last comment on number 11, I'm not clear what the intent was. The textures on the trellises should be relieved to protect from dry rot. I remember there was a comment, I think, about putting a copper cap on top of the members to prevent dry rot, but I don't remember if there was also a separate comment on textures or what textures would have to do with preventing dry rot.
I think you're correct about the copper cap.
Okay. Was
Okay.
there any
That was my
advice on
recollection.
the desired texture?
I
Yes.
don't believe there was a texture spoken about for wood.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. I believe that comment was made by Commissioner Vania and it related to landscaping. So I'm not sure if I misunderstood it, but perhaps he can clarify.
Yes, I did make that comment. For many wooden trellises rot after time, starting at the top if they're not set properly. And in addition to that, we just needed some specifications regarding the specimens, that they not be too small, full size preferably.
Did you have a comment on the texture of the wood in the trellises?
No, I was if they were wood, I was asking what kind of texture they were going to apply. If so, they might pass it by for our review.
Okay, so maybe the comment should be provide information on the texture of the wood trellises, and the members should have a copper cap to protect them from dry rot.
Yes, if they're wood.
Yep. That's all my comments.
That's all mine. Thank you.
Okay. Is the seconder of the motion okay with those? Oh, wait, actually, sorry, more comments. Yes, Commissioner Lendick.
On that same page, page 7, item 2, the screed has been corrected. I believe, plaster weep screed details should then add the words permit plaster to come all the way into the ground. The current detail they're proposing still stops the plaster above grade or above the paving. So I believe it is,
So,
the wording should be permit plaster to come all the way into the ground.
yeah, I mean, I think the wording we have still has that. It can come to the ground and touch it, but it has to land on the ground. So I don't know about requiring the into part, because maybe we can have that discussion more after, but it seems like something that they might detail various ways. And as long as the plaster comes down to the ground and actually touches it and doesn't hover off of it, that was the main thing that we wanted to make sure that we had out of
Yeah,
it.
but that is asking for an awful lot of precision between the plasterer and the finish grade. And I don't know that the contractors have that. I've seen almost always where the plaster is cement plaster below the screed on top of the concrete foundation, and it goes into the grade.
Mhm.
And there's never a problem with that.
Okay, I think it's fine either way, as long as it's hitting the ground. But I think you're right. In terms of precision, it probably would be safer just to say into the ground.
Yes.
Then they don't have to land perfectly on whatever the finished surface is.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds
Now-
good, and that was the part of the intent of what that comment was.
Item 8, maybe someone could clarify this. Continue to develop the tower. Is that the elevator tower elevation? And what was our intent regarding development? Proportions? I don't know what it was.
I think it was they were starting. That was the first time we saw it, and that we weren't sold on that was the design. So I think it was, and that was the first time they popped it up. If I'm remembering right, it was the first piece that popped up. First time we've seen it, and we weren't happy with where it was.
Fine, thank you.
All right. Any other comments, additions,
Mr. Chair?
corrections? Commissioner Drury.
Chair? Yes. Good evening or good afternoon, everybody. On that same motion, the item number 7 is rather ambiguous. Study square columns at a larger scale. Could that be explained a little more in detail? Because that's what square columns and what kind of a scale?
Yeah, so they had said that all the columns went to square. Previously they had a number of the columns were round, and they had now changed the columns throughout to square. So then, and I think I had made that part of it comments, but that we need to see them as a larger scale, which we're going to see today. They have a lot of them at a larger scale, so that we can basically talk about them in detail more, because the scale that we're looking at them was at a minuscule elevation scale. So we have to blow them up basically and show us how they're going to detail the different square columns.
Okay. And the only other thing is on attendance. I didn't leave at 5:08. I left at 6:08. Crucial.
Got to give credit for that extra hour. You were in it past 6.
That's right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Any additional comments or changes? Edits? All right. So so with those edits, we have a motion. Are the maker of the motion and the seconder okay with those edits?
Maker of the motion is fine.
Seconder is okay with it.
All right. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Roll call. Roll call.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, try to do the old school.
I will. This is Heidi
Okay.
Rydell. I will take the roll call vote now. Chair Grumbine,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes. Yes, and abstain on 5.
and abstain on 5. Commissioner Uli,
Did Mahan say yes 4 times? Is that no? Yeah.
and Commissioner Vania.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just interject ever so briefly.
Yes.
Mr. Mahan, I think we're still picking up noise. So one thing I might suggest is if you, I think your computer, your laptop is picking up audio. So you might be able to just turn your phone off and just speak to the laptop, and it should be picking up your audio. And if not, you can always call back in. That might be better so we don't get all the background noise. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll go on to item C, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are no general staff comments, but Ms. Hernandez has a few comments that I think she'd like to make at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Hernandez?
I just wanted I know I sent you all the email that we do tentatively want to bring the discussion back on May 27th on the historic ordinance, giving the public time to comment after the 4-week review and you all to comment and make recommendations to us for edits. And then we'll go back and edit. We'll still take public comment as it comes in based on the discussion. We'll go back and edit the document. We will have to send it to the SHPO's office because as a certified local government, they need to comment on it as well. And then we will bring back a revision to you, probably post it in time for everybody to have a good look at it, and we'll move from there. So just so make sure you get a chance to read it and send in if you have some really complicated questions that need a lot of research, feel free to send it to us. So we can review it. We'll announce it at the public hearing, but if we would need time to research it, I think it would be nice to give them time to do that so we can answer it promptly. And if you have a lot of errata, just note those down and send it to us via email so we can edit those in, but keeping the big discussion really on the content so we can keep it moving. And my second announcement is just in reference to Commissioner Edmonds' announcement last week about the pier and cap wall on the corner of Arbolado and Alameda Padre Serra that was hit by a car. Those are on the potentials list and considered historic resources. They're really special to our community and rare. And I talked to and they are repairing it today. They really do an excellent job of repairing sandstone, and they have extra sandstone if it's too destroyed in stock, and they know how to fit it in. So I think we're in good hands when it comes to streets and repair of our sandstone. And those are my two announcements.
Commissioner Edmonds?
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Nicole. I did have a question though. The corner was destroyed by this car, or it had to be a truck. But at any rate, a little further up, you remember that the wall had been previously hit by another vehicle, and metal poles or steel poles had been put in place, and a complaint had been filed. Do you know if they're repairing that as well, or are they just repairing the corner?
He didn't talk about the other portion. I can take that back to him, and I can also put you in direct contact with him.
Okay, it's all sort of one and the same. I mean, there might be two.
He didn't say.
Yeah. Okay.
I just can tell you what he said. I only talked to him about the corner.
Okay. All right. Well, I know a complaint was filed previously.
Oh, with Public Works.
Yes, that it hadn't been repaired properly according to standard.
All right. I can ask him.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
All right, Commissioner Drury.
This is for Ms. Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez. Hello. Is it possible for me to either get mailed or for me to pick up a copy of that historic structures document? Because there's no way I can do it on my little computer. Is there a way to actually have a hard copy in hand?
Let me figure out how to get you one.
You're talking about the ordinance,
right? I'll be happy to pick it up at the counter. It's not a problem.
We can probably, our counter's closed, so we can probably work something out. Let me just I'll work with you on that. We'll figure something out. You're gonna need it right away because it's a lot.
No, I'd
Okay.
like to have it because I know it's really an important document. Thank you.
Yeah, if anybody else let us know. We can try and mail it or something.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
We'll talk and figure it out. Okay.
Thank you very much,
All right.
Mr. Hernandez.
Sure.
Thank you. And Ms. Edmonds?
I was just going to suggest that if Commissioner Drury would like, I can print a copy and leave it in my mailbox or something like that, if that's helpful. Just let me know.
That would work as well. I'd be fine with that. Thank you. Just let me know.
Under the mat on the back porch.
Yeah.
Either way, just have
In
to
a
bring
dark
it back.
alley. We'll figure it out.
Oh, God.
We'll get you
Why?
a copy. Commissioner Drury. All right. Anyone else for announcements or future agenda items or appeals? All right. In that case, we'll close item C and on to item D, subcommittee reports. Considering we've had very little meeting, I don't know if there are any subcommittee reports, but if so, speak now. Okay. Not hearing anyone.
Wait a minute, hang on. Subcommittee report. Hello.
Yeah.
Saragara Plaza group did meet last Friday on the 5th of May to discuss a variety of things, primarily the purpose of the plaza, the direction and uses. And I guess the next meeting will be notified as to when it's rescheduled. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Vena. Okay. Any other subcommittee reports? All right. With that, I will close those items and go on to item 1, objective design standards. Okay. So the Historic Landmarks Commission is requested to provide feedback on the draft objective design standards for processing of streamlined housing projects prepared pursuant to Senate Bill SB 35, streamlined ministerial approval process. The draft was prepared with assistance from members from the Historic Landmarks Commission, Architecture Board of Review, and Planning Commission. The Historic Landmarks Commission's comments will be relayed to the City Council at a future hearing. And just as along those lines, that has been what Commissioner Lenvik and myself have over the last year kind of been mentioning here and there when we've had meetings. So now the work is finally coming to fruition. Okay, staff, would you like to go from here?
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Thank you for having me here today. I'm Rosie Deisty. I'm the project planner in long range planning, and I'm here to present the objective design standards. Next slide. So today's discussion is focused on the result of a new work program that was initiated in response to state legislation known as the 2017 Housing Package. Today, I'm going to discuss the draft design standards for processing of streamlined housing projects, which I'm just going to call design standards for simplicity. I'm going to start the presentation with some background and context, provide a brief overview of the work program and process, and outline our next steps. I did not plan on reviewing the document page by page in great depth in this presentation, but at the end, of course, we can discuss any topics you want to bring up and provide feedback. Also, I will not be asking for a motion, but if we hear general agreement on something that should be worked on further, of course, we'll take that and we can make edits and forward your comments to City Council. I also wanted to let everyone know that the document's posted on the city's website. It's in the Planning Central and Major Planning Efforts section, and the shortcut to that section is here on the slide. And it'll be up there at least until the end of May, and we can take feedback up until we go further with decision maker hearings. Next slide. So I wanted to start with acknowledgements of everyone who helped me out in this process. Of course, we had a work group assigned, and your commission, Anthony Grumbine and Ed Lenvik, helped out. Also from the Architectural Board of Review, we had Kevin Moore and Howard Wittosh, and from the Planning Commission, Deborah Schwartz and John Campanella. I also had a great team of staff who I couldn't have done this without, and that includes Jessica Metzger, Matthew Ozelmaz, Brenda Beltz, and Dan Gullett. And we also got some great assistance from the American Institute of Architects Advocacy Group, group of many members who gave us some feedback on admin drafts. Next slide. So next I'm going to talk and give some background about Senate Bill 35. Again, like I said, it was part of a sweeping package of housing bills, and this that were enacted in 2018. And this one in particular was to construct more housing by significantly streamlining the process. There are also, though, some pretty significant exclusions and requirements to qualify for the streamlining, which I'll explain in a little bit. And not all jurisdictions in the state are required to enact the streamlining provisions. And whether or not a city or county is subject to Senate Bill 35 is related to whether they have made sufficient progress on permitting housing units to meet the regional housing needs allocation or RHNA targets. And then once you are required to accept Senate Bill 35 projects, they are subject to either including a 10% or 50% affordable units. And that all depends on your progress in meeting either the above moderate or the lower income RHNA numbers. So for our city of Santa Barbara, we have made insufficient progress in the lower income housing categories. So projects in our city are subject to providing 50% affordable units. And just for context to date, most of the Senate Bill 35 projects that have been proposed throughout the state have been either in the Bay Area or Los Angeles. They're often large rental projects with a big proportion of affordable units. Next slide. So the types of projects that are eligible for Senate Bill 35 streamlining are rental or for sale housing of 2 units or more. And then if a project is proposed for mixed use, 2/3 of the floor area has to be residential. Next slide. And then, so once you're eligible for Senate Bill 35 streamlining, those projects would be subject to a non-discretionary review process. So this mainly means a checklist to determine if the project meets objective standards. Design review can still occur, but it has to be objective and strictly focused on assessing compliance with criteria for streamlined projects. Also, these projects have limited timeframes for review. So if it's less than or equal to 150 units, the review period is 90 days. And then if it's more than 150 units, that's doubled to 180 days. Also, parking is not required for projects that are close to public transit, meaning within a half mile. So that's a big portion of our city. And if parking is required per the state law, it can only be 1 parking space per unit. So there is limited ability to require significant parking. It doesn't mean a developer may not want to provide parking as an amenity, but we have limited ability to require it. Next slide. So I mentioned there's some exclusions for the streamlining provision. So they're either by location or type of project. This slide lists some of the bigger exclusions. So for example, the coastal zone is entirely excluded. Certain sensitive habitat areas and hazardous areas like active earthquake faults or sites with active hazardous waste cleanups going on, and mobile homes and RV parks are excluded. The project could also not require demolition of a historic structure on a local, state, or federal register, or housing that's been occupied by tenants in the past 10 years. It also cannot demolish any housing, existing housing that's subject to rent or price controls. Next slide. So given those exclusions, we prepared a map just to get a general idea where the streamlining provision would apply, which is shown in white on this map. So it includes the central business district, parts of the east and west side, and upper State Street area. But it's good to note that on this map, we did not color in housing that's occupied by tenants. So what you see in white is probably a lot less than what it looks like on this map. And it's just a general overview of where these projects might go. Next slide. So once this process got put into place, the State Department of Housing and Community Development put out some guidelines for local government, and they sort of outline what our responsibility is. So we are responsible for providing the ministerial approval process and the application requirements for applicants. We are also responsible for providing the relevant objective standards, which can be in checklists, maps, diagrams, flowcharts, or any other format that works. Next slide. Has the next slide gone? I'm not seeing it. Okay, got it. So for reference straight from the government code, what is an objective standard? So this slide shows that development must be consistent with objective zoning standards, objective subdivision standards, and objective design review standards that are in effect at the time that the development is submitted to the city. Objective standards can also, though, be in other land use documents adopted by the city. So that could be the general plan, overlay zones, or any other standard that's objective and broadly applied to development in the city. So one example of that would be water conservation standards, regardless of streamline approval. Next slide. And then the government code goes on to define objective standards, which must be verifiable by reference to an external source prior to submittal of the projects. So they must involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official. Next slide. And then finally, the guidelines I mentioned from Housing and Community Development further define what an objective design review standard is. And that's standards that are published and adopted by ordinance or resolution, which are broadly applicable to development within the jurisdiction. Okay, next slide. So in the next set of slides, I'm going to talk about the work program process, why we chose the particular architectural style we chose, the focus of the standards, and some of the challenging topics that we talked about. So after the bill passed, staff was directed to initiate a work program to create these objective design standards. We also are working on amendments to Title 30, and those would include the ministerial approval process information, and then checklists and handouts for staff and applicants. Another thing I'm working on is what I'm calling a library of photo references. So these would be examples of building details that would be helpful for both staff and applicants to refer to. What was not included in this work program was any changes to the existing discretionary design review process, any kind of zoning changes, to height or setbacks or things like that, or neighborhood specific design standards. Because what we had to adopt needs to be broadly applicable to the entire city. That's something that may be worked on in the future work effort, but not for this particular one. Next slide. So this slide includes just an overview of our process. So you mentioned again the work groups. So we had over the last year multiple meetings to talk about the objective design standards. And then staff worked on compiling existing guidelines and taking a first stab at making them objective and working on the code amendments and the handouts. Right now we're in the public input phase where we have a draft document out and we're happy to take input. And then the final phase, of course, would be taking everything as a package for decision maker review and adoption. Next slide. So I mentioned compiling existing design guidelines. So that's the first thing we looked at is all of the city's multiple existing design guidelines, which come from different eras of the city. Some of them overlap, some are for very specific neighborhoods. It was somewhat overwhelming trying to figure out how to take all this information and make them into standards that could be used throughout the city for these particular types of projects. Next slide. So because of that, by the time we got to about the third work group meeting, it became clear that we needed a focused style to work with, which is actually perfectly acceptable per the HCD guidelines, which says you can choose a particular architectural style as long as the elements of the style are clearly defined. So what we settled on was using the El Pueblo Viejo design guidelines as the basis for creating these objective standards, and specifically the Spanish colonial revival style, architectural style, as this is the best known and the most distinctive style in our city, not to mention that it's already a required style within EPV. And most of the guidelines from the existing guidelines document could be modified to objective standards. Also, we believe this style meets other city goals as it tends to be pedestrian oriented and human scaled. It also is quite energy efficient, uses simple forms with quality materials and finishes, and the public generally really accepts this style of architecture. It's not controversial in our city. Next slide. And this next slide just shows some of the details of this style, which are very well known to your commission, but the white stucco walls, the details of wrought iron balconies and lanterns, red tile roof, decorative attic vents, beautiful landscaping. We have many, many examples in our city to work from for this style. Next slide. So with that in mind, the main focus of the design standards are to preserve and enhance the city's pedestrian character, minimize the perceived scale of buildings, and we always want to encourage beautiful sites and neighborhoods, and also to ensure that the building uses materials and forms that are consistent with the style. Next slide. So this slide is just a quick example of the process we went through, showing how we can take a guideline and make it into a standard. The guideline on the left from EPV guidelines discusses that doors and windows should be recessed away from the outer wall surfaces. To make it into a standard, it needs to be more directive and actually give some standard for how deep that recess should be. So that's a small example of the many, many guidelines we went through to turn into standards. Next slide. So as I mentioned, I wanted to just highlight some of the challenging topics that we went through. And on this slide, we have parking location and design and building massing and articulation. As I mentioned, parking is not required, but a lot of projects will likely provide parking as an amenity. And the challenge was figuring out how to minimize the visibility of surface parking and parking structures. Again, that's to keep that pedestrian-oriented design in our city. And also ensure if parking is on the ground floor of a building, that the entry doesn't dominate the front facade and the ventilation openings are screened, things like that. And then addressing building massing and articulation was very challenging because this is often quite subjective. So one of the tools, there are many tools we looked at, but one of the tools we looked at was requiring a building facade to be either recessed or have a wall projection. And this is commonly used to avoid the appearance of large blank walls, which can make the building look pretty massive. So we looked at a lot of building facade articulation standards from other communities because it's a fairly common standard, and came up with one where there needs to be either a wall projection or recess on a front elevation of a building with over 50 feet of wall length. So that's just one example of what we looked at for that topic. Next slide. Other challenging topics were roof design and character defining features. So roof design took up a great deal of discussion, and not really to do with the materials, but more the appropriate roof types and pitch. Most existing Spanish colonial revival buildings in the city do include a variety of roof forms, and this is a pattern that we thought should be continued because it adds visual interest to the city skyline. So one of the things we struggled with was the appropriate percentage of flat roof to other roof styles. We discussed this at length. And as it time went on, the standard became a little more flexible because we did have to acknowledge that a certain amount of flat roof is necessary to accommodate solar system and other rooftop equipment. So that's one of the things we worked through and went back and forth on. And then inclusion of what's called character defining features from the EPV guidelines was also discussed quite a bit. So these are things like courtyards, paseos, patios, and arches that have been part of the city's fabric since the 1920s. So at this time, what we landed on was that at least one of these features is required on projects with 10 or more units. Next slide. So I'm just going to wrap up now and let you know the next steps. So we have planned to take this also as a discussion item to the Architectural Board review on Monday. Again, I mentioned we're taking public input now until at least the end of May, even longer if we need to. And then we would go to the Planning Commission and Ordinance Committee for their review and recommendation of amendments to Title 30. Those meetings have not been scheduled yet. We're sort of waiting to see how this project queues up with other priority projects for the city, but would likely occur sometime this summer. And then the last step would be review by City Council and adoption. So I'm going to conclude with that and welcome your comments and questions.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now with that, why don't we open public comment? Anyone wishing to speak on this item, if you could raise your hand virtually for the instructions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, we have the instructions on the screen. If you could raise your hand with the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, I will call your name and then you will have 2 minutes to speak. And I see Alex Pujo. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, and whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and speak.
Yes, I'm ready to speak. Would you like to hear the video as well or not?
Unfortunately, you don't have video. Members of the public don't have webcam access, so but we can hear you, and please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. It may take a couple, maybe take an extra minute, please, if you can do me the favor. I would like to talk about 4 different subjects. One is the idea of the EPV standards for the whole city. I am sure that you have heard about this before and you will hear it again. It is perfectly fine for some parts of the city, but completely inappropriate for others, like the Bungalow Haven or San Andres Street or even Milpa Street. And not only is not a good match for those areas, it also lowers the quality of the EPV designation and the study itself. And then I have 3 other different comments. One on the building massing and articulation. We went through this before, and number 2A, the requirement for an 18-inch recess or wall projection extending the full height of the building for at least every 50 feet of building wall length. I understand the intent to not to have an overwhelming facade facing the public, but this seems to be an arbitrary standard that my favorite buildings in the city do not follow this. The land, let's say the courthouse or the Mission or the Arlington Theater or so many other buildings. If you use, even if you go through Google and you drive through the city on Google, you could see so many instances where this doesn't take place. This was changed from 36 inches to 18 inches, but still seems to be completely arbitrary. I would suggest that you have it as an option of several options, like you have elsewhere in the document, that you can do this, you can do that, and so forth. I have 2 more comments, please.
Okay, you have to make them fast, Alex.
Yeah, these
we'll give you.
One is about the roof design. Under 2D, it says limit flat roof components to a maximum of 60% of the overall roof design. Again, if you look at the city in Google, you can see that some buildings are complete tile, some other buildings are completely flat. I don't know what the 60-40 split would look like, but it seems really too strict and constraining and odd. The last one has to do with the paseos, the requirement on CI on page 12, a minimum width of 10 feet. I think paseos are wonderful. I'm concerned that if you make them so difficult to achieve, you will see less of them. I would suggest to use 8 feet as a minimum width, with the ability to restrict it to 5 feet at certain points. I remind you that the most famous paseo in the city, in the El Old Paseo, is less than 4 feet wide at some points. Thank you so much for these comments.
Thank you. Alex? Okay.
And then,
do we have?
Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Fred Sweeney, I think I saw your hand up, but I don't see it up anymore. But I know that you did indicate earlier that you wish to speak on this item. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, your light screen. So when you're ready to speak, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ellen. Yeah, my icon does say it's up. Mr. Gumbine and board members, thank you for the opportunity to address this issue. You received, I hope, this morning or yesterday, my comments in writing. So I hope you have an opportunity to look at those. I just want to cover 3 real quick things. One is I'm still concerned about the use of roofs in areas, particularly where they're adjacent to residential neighborhoods, because they become party roofs. So that's really not a aesthetic issue, but it's a use issue. The spaces in between projects and the edge conditions to neighborhoods are real big concerns. So any of the issues that you review as you go through this, you need to keep that in mind, because that's the area that's going to be the most contentious as we review these kinds of projects. And then finally, even though this is an objective set of standards, somebody is going to interpret them. And I believe it's important that the city obtain design professionals, a design architect preferably, that will be the ministerial reviewer of these applications, because all of these things do take interpretations. Any law takes interpretations. That's why we have the Supreme Court. So I think that's imperative if we're going to be successful in the use of objective design standards. I know that's not probably part of your purview, but I would hope that the HLC makes a comment to that effect as this moves through the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Okay, do we have any other member of the public wishing to speak on this?
I don't see anyone else's hands raised, but I would like to, maybe, Timmy, could you go back to that slide just one last time? If anyone else would like to comment on this, please raise your hand. And do it again if just to make sure I don't see anyone. So I'm going to give it to Pilar for any other written comment.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. And then, Mr. Chair, we only received 1 written correspondence, and it was from Fred Sweeney. So if you could just acknowledge that written correspondence, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, so I acknowledge the written correspondence from Fred Sweeney as well. And so unless there's any other public comment, let's bring it back to the board. Close public comment, bring it back to the board for questions. Yeah, let's start with questions. So we have questions. Commissioner House.
One thing I'm not clear on is whether or not these streamlined projects can be built in 1 and 2 family zones, or are they limited to R4 and commercial sites?
Rosie?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission. So they could be built in any zone that allows for 2 units or more.
Okay, so in a single family, which maybe perhaps a lot of the Bungalow Haven district is single family, they couldn't be built right smack dab in the middle of a bunch of bungalows.
Yeah, correct. I think if you recall that map I showed, a lot of the single unit zoning was shown in yellow. That's where it would not apply.
That's what I understood. It'd just take me more time to study it to really thoroughly understand that. Thank you.
Right. So other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Uli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, what a great effort on the part of the working group and staff to bring this forward. I know it is of great interest in the community and a number of people, as you know. I'm wondering if staff could just amplify what the opt-in is. I think I understand it, but could you talk about how projects opt into this process?
Hey, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that's a really great question. So the opt-in would be a process whereby an applicant coming in would have to let the person taking the application, accepting the application, know that they are applying specifically for a project pursuant to Senate Bill 35. And we would have a initial checklist that would basically go through all those qualifications that are in state law to determine if the project truly is can avail themselves of Senate Bill 35 streamlining. So that would be the first step, is just they would have to let us know that they want to use this bill, and then we would go through the process of determining whether they truly qualified, make sure they're not demolishing housing that is occupied by tenants and that sort of thing. Then we would kick in that timeline where we would have to review the project against objective standards on pretty tight timelines, and it would go from there forward.
Okay, does that answer your question, Commissioner Uli?
Yes, but I just want to kind of follow up on that just for a second. So, so applicant comes in, says, I've got a SB 35 project. You go through this checklist, and staff makes some determination that, yeah, you can go down that road. It didn't seem to me in SB 35 or the articulated standards that there was any timing associated to how long it takes to figure out if it can be reviewed by SB 35 or not. Can you give me a sense of, is this a 1 week thing? You got 30 days to figure it out, kind of like the 30 days to find out if the application is complete kind of a thing?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I believe, yeah, that initial check, I think, is 30 days. And then once the application is complete, then the other timelines kick in, the 90 or 180 days for assessing the project against objective standards. So that's my understanding.
All right, thank you. All right, other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, a follow-up to what Rosie said. We know that there are an untold number of ministerial requirements that have to be met as part of a project approval. I mean, flood control, it go on and on and on. Building, preliminary building department check, anything that is now done, I would think would have to be done for an SB 35 project before it being accepted and reviewed for its, we'll call it architectural design and site planning. Is that true?
Can you comment on that, Rosie?
Yeah, certainly, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I would love to answer your question, but I would need to spend a little more time looking at the process and determining. My understanding is we have the first initial time to just see, is the project eligible for Senate Bill 35, and has the applicant provided all the materials we need to consider the application complete? Then the other timeline kicks in where there's the 90 days to go through to see if it's consistent with objective design review standards and other city objective standards. And I think that's the way the process works.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Renwick, did that answer? Yes.
Well,
Commissioner Renwick.
yes, it answers it in that we don't know. We see projects now that started a year ago and are still trying to solve their runoff problems, or still trying to solve their innumerable problems, traffic problems, or curb cuts, or whatever it is. All of these things are ministerial, and as they go through this process, their design modifies and changes, so on and so forth. I would doubt seriously that you're looking at an applicant coming in and saying, I want to be SB 35 and move ahead, and hasn't solved all these other problems that are really ministerial. So I don't know that there's a lot of speed other than until the project is deemed complete. And once it's deemed complete, and that can take a long time, then you would start SB 35, I would assume. And SB 35 has, a 90-day or 100 and whatever day time frame. Is that to obtain its ministerial design approval, or is that to obtain a building permit? Done.
Sorry, click, Mr. Chair.
No problem, Mr.
My understanding is the timelines I was talking about is to obtain ministerial design approval, and the building permit follows that. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it's
Commissioner
good
Lambert?
enough for now.
So,
yes, it's good enough for now. I think the city council will have these questions once this comes before them, or the ordinance committee, or whatever. They're going to have these questions because they're going to want to understand what the real time frame and the implications of this SB 35 process is. My observations, we have a lot of complaints by the public that design review is holding their project up, ABR, Single Family Design Review Board, or Landmarks, or whatever. But the reality is the time it takes for design review and approval is relatively short in the total time frame for a project. And I'm sure that SB 35 is going to make some people happy, but it's not going to make them happy enough to to clap and cheer when they get through all the ministerial problems they're going to have with the project. But I think City Council is going to want to have answers to these questions at some point in time. I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lundvik. Any other commissioner questions? Okay. Going once, going twice. Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner House, did you have a question? Okay.
My thought as I was going through this today and previous times was that, geez, we're going to be in this meeting for 5 hours if we go through everybody's markups and stuff. And Rosie, you suggested at the outset of your presentation that wasn't the point of this meeting today. So I'm wondering how we'll handle all these different comments that we might have. I have a boatload of them, not major revisions, but just minor tweaks and stuff. I mean, I could provide those to staff, and then you could make a decision as to whether or not you just incorporate it, or it's something that needs to be brought back to discussion at HLC. But I think that's important that we know what we're doing today.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that's a great question. And I think what I would recommend is, if you do have a lot of written comments of you or any members of the commission or the public by the end of May, let's say, we should take them back to the work group where we can review those in detail and work out the details and see what we want to accommodate, ask more questions about, change the document. And then if it was significantly changed, we could certainly come back to your commission and discuss it further. Mr. Grumbine, do you, since you were a member of the work group, Do you agree that would be a good process?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an awkward process right now, and especially even with the whole virtual thing added to it. But yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good way in which any sort of good ideas that come from, because remember, this is objective design standards that go for, in some ways, I think ABR is going to have a lot more additional comments, because this is sort of a Pueblo Viejo in a certain way, sort of stripped down to sort of a definable objective standard in a basic way, and then trying to turn it into an objective checklist. Is basically what the goal of this was to so that it could actually be checked off. So I think any and all ideas for improvement on it are welcome. But I do think the proper form for it is the group, because it's an ABR, Planning Commission, HLC thing, and I think that'd be a great place to have them now that everyone's kind of been able to read them and have their thoughts and comments. I would say the one thing is, it was a very difficult process, and as you saw from what started off as the goal changed within a couple of meetings, because we realized that wasn't attainable. The goal originally was try to figure out ways of making objective standards that will work everywhere, and we just realized that was absolutely impossible. So we took the sort of the biggest, most low-hanging fruit, which was the Pueblo Viejo guidelines, and the fact that this is known for what Santa Barbara is, and we know one size doesn't fit all at all, but at least that's the biggest swath that we can cover with this. And the reality is we have to have a system at least to begin with. And so that was part of that difficult, early transition of it. So I think that adding more feedback from, and the AIA had some good feedback that they gave early on and met with us, and that was good to get input. But I think now from the general public, and especially from HLC and ABR and Planning Commission, having their feedback into this document as well is a good idea. But I do think that the process-wise, it's kind of like editing anything, like to get 20 people in a room and try to edit a document, it just won't work. But if you get, a handful, you probably can come up with something good. But if you get the input from everyone, and especially those who have the most input to give, which is HLC, ABR, Planning Commission, I think that's a great way of kind of helping to direct the working group as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner House.
I just wanted to say that it would be most helpful, Rosie, if you could post a copy of this in Word document format on the HLC members page, and then I could do changes and track changes.
Actually, Mr. Chair and Commissioner House, as Anthony was talking, I was just thinking I should offer it to you in Word to make it a lot easier. So
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Additional questions? Any other questions from other commissioners?
We went into comments, didn't we?
No, we were still in questions, but you jumped in. Okay, any other questions before we go into comments? Okay, so let's roll into comments. We would like to comment on, in general as well, knowing that I think the next step sounds like we're going to be getting input from everyone. Anyone who wants to mark things up with their suggestions can mark it up. Commissioner Lenvik. Commissioner Lenvik, do you want to say a few words about it as well, just in terms of what that, sort of had the difficulty of the process and the thoughts behind it, and how long we've been wrestling with this and that?
Sure. My comment was going to be that we found it very easy to slip from our goal of writing an objective design standard into more or less a subjective standard. And we had to back off numerous times and saying, well, that really, what we're suggesting or talking about isn't really objective, it's subjective. It leaves it up to someone else to evaluate whether or not a design is good, bad, or indifferent. So we had to look at in our mind's eye a lot of projects that had been approved and built in the last, let's say, 10 years or so, and visualize what we felt was maybe the better parts of those projects. And that's why you see comments about, recessing the garages back 10 feet from the face of the garage door, the garage opening back 10 feet from the face of the building itself. That's why you see other directives regarding the design, the intent to be as positive as possible with our comments, but understand that it's a fixed thing. You can say, well, I don't recall what our suggested window depth was. I don't know if it was 4 inches or not, but everyone may say, well, that's really too much. AIA may say that's too much. We all may say it's too much. We simply have to decide what is enough and insert that into the document. But I think it was hope, as we kind of wound down, is that this would be a continual process for other parts of town. I don't think that any of us would be necessarily happy with imposing the design standards that we have for El Pueblo Viejo on the whole town. There are probably other good standards that can be developed, but let me tell you, it took an awful lot of meetings and an awful lot of time and writing to even whittle down the well-defined standards we have for EPV to make them into objectives. So it will not be easy as we move on, or as the city moves on and tries to do this again for the north side or Milpas or whatever. But the thing to keep in mind is it's real easy for us to critique this because it is limiting, and we want to have something which is more flexible. That's not the objective of the state law. The state law does not want it to be flexible. Yep. The state law wants it to be done. You walk in, you can check off the boxes, and you can go and file at the building department. So those are my only comments, but we certainly are, staff and the committee, the ABR.
Yep. Okay. Other comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury?
Michael Drury. Ms. Dicey, is it possible if you do Word doc that somebody could print that out for me? Is that a printable transmission? I don't have any ability to print stuff, and I'd like to have it in paper form so I can, take the different colored pens to it.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Drury, I'd be happy to make sure you get a printed copy. I'll work with the Commission Secretary to make that happen.
Thank you very much.
Can you print it on papyrus?
Well, just canvas would be fine with me.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You're the painter, and you.
Thank you.
Okay. That'll work. Commissioner Drury, did you have any? Did you want to make any comments at this time, aside from just that you're going to be wanting to add, comments and markup things? Did you have any initial?
Mr. Chair, the only thing I would say is that it's obvious that an enormous amount of work has been done by everybody involved, staff and the various commissions. And I think that I'm going to look forward to this because it's something that we have to do, right? I mean, the state is mandating this. This is not by choice. That Commissioner Lembeck slaving all night, burning the midnight oil and all that. I feel badly for him. I'd have done it if anybody had asked me. But I'm looking forward to getting it, and I'll have comments on it then. I think in general that it's not exactly a square peg in a round hole, but it's something like that. And so it's going to take some sanding and tapering. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Drury. And actually, if in general, most commissioners or all commissioners wouldn't mind giving some comment and feedback now, because even though this forum doesn't allow it as well as in person, I think it's important, especially on this document, to start to have some general thoughts and direction. Commissioner Uli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. first, I agree with comments in the direction of the conversation so far, but would certainly encourage that a full vetting of this document be in the context of a public hearing. I realize it might make a lengthy item, it might make a lengthy conversation, but I think it is to the benefit of the community to hear the conversation of the decision makers as they're talking about this, and not just swap Word documents through email to directly to staff and back again, and on and so forth. And I hope nobody hears the buzzsaw. My neighbor has decided to alter their landscaping.
Is it an oak tree?
I don't know. Trying to concentrate. Generally, I like the document. I've got some, general edits, typos and that kind of a thing that are boring and I won't go into. But I would suggest as an overall structure, if there is the inclusion of an appendix, that they be numbered or lettered in sequential order. There shouldn't be an A, D, and an F, because then I want to know where B and C and E are, and they don't exist. So that kind of numbering should be consistent and sequential. If an appendix is not included in the document, then it shouldn't be an appendix. It should be a reference, and we should be given the reference link so that we can get to it. I believe that it would be helpful if ultimately if the checklist that staff would use at the counter to determine if a project fits within SB 35 and thus these standards would be in the standard, then the applicant could make that determination themselves, since after all, this is supposed to be objective and not subjective. And potentially a flow chart of the steps that a project would take along the way, I think would be helpful. I doodled out my own and I sent it to staff. I might have missed a box or got a yes instead of a no indicator. But anyway, I think it would be helpful to have such a document. I totally agree that that one stamp does not work for the entire city. And while the city and organizations have spent multiplied millions of dollars telling the world that we are Spanish Andalusian, there are many areas of the city that are not. I don't see anywhere in SB 35 that says you can't have more than one standard. It just says you have to measure to a standard. So it seems to me there ought to be a standard developed for a Victorian style house or a bungalowish, there can be an objective standard for each one of these styles that then, depending on where you are and what piece of architecture or neighborhood or district you're in, you would use that standard in order to process an SB 35 project. Other than that, I look forward to a broader conversation about the details.
Great, thank you. Okay, Commissioner, maybe Edmonds, you want to comment on your thoughts on it?
I think staff has done a fabulous job. And those of you that have been involved, very impressive. I don't have any changes to suggest at this point in time. I'd rather, make those changes in a Word document. But I'm impressed, and I think it'll be helpful to everyone if it can be used in the right way.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Vena?
No comments.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Mahan?
I'm going to submit my comments in writing. Is that
Sounds
okay?
good. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Commissioner House. Yeah.
Well, it was evident from the outset this was going to be a Herculean task, and I'm just incredibly impressed with the job that everybody has done. And kudos to our participants, Chair Grumbine and Ed Lenvik. I think that it's very well formatted and well written. I would also like to echo Fred Sweeney's comment about needing somebody with more specialized skills to make the review in the city, because there are certain staff members I would say I would not feel comfortable with reviewing and deciding that something was consistent with these guidelines.
Yeah. Could you name names?
No.
Just kidding.
No, I don't name. I think
that's
that's
subjective itself.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. And sorry, and go ahead, continue. Commissioner House, anything more? No.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
I have a question. So this actually seems much more complicated now than it did at the outset. Starting with Alex Pujo's comments, and then Steve, and I should say Commissioner House. So do you think it's necessary or advisable to have a special meeting of the Landmarks Commission, Historic Landmarks Commission, to include the public before we submit this to the City Council? Would it be that unwieldy that we would? Because if we agendize it, we're already, I don't know, maybe an hour behind. So if we agendize it for a regular Landmarks Commission meeting, we're going to be up till all hours, seems to me. So I'm just floating that to see if there's any traction.
Commissioner House, did you have a comment on that comment?
I think we're exactly on time. Our next agenda item is 2:50, I believe. So we're doing.
Okay, we can wrap this one up.
That's fine, Commissioner Howe. But the point is that we have just dabbled with this project.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking.
Let me jump in along that. Let me jump in along those lines, because this was part of the discussion as well. And Rosie can correct me if I'm wrong or not, or just stating it wrong. But I think the problem is it's not just HLC purview, and in fact, for the most part, it agrees with our guidelines very easily. So it's also ABR, and even more so ABR in terms of just pure region, and also probably or possibly where these things would be located, where they would qualify, where qualified areas would be located. So and then there's also the Planning Commission side of things. So part of it is it's not just us to kind of hash it out. We need to be hashing it out and giving input, but in the end of the day, it's got to be the city creating that design guidelines is for all the projects that could happen throughout the city and in all these areas. So while we're part of it, that conversation, we're not the only part, and so that would be part of the problem with just acting like we're going to hash it out and then we're going to be happy with what we hash out, and that's what it should be. So it needs to. I think that's part of the issue of needing to be multiple groups.
So, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Commissioner House.
That's okay. All of a sudden, I forgot what I was going to say. So I'll pass the baton to Commissioner Uli.
Well, I think you're right, for the record. Commissioner Uli?
I was just going to echo Commissioner House's comment.
You're a mind reader.
I totally agree. I suppose for our little bit, because these objective design standards use the standards under our purview, we should be okay with it. It's, as you say, the Architectural Board of Review who's going to have a bigger challenge because they don't have guidelines that apply to the entire city. And with that respect, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Chair, that we should stay in our lane and not get too wieldy with what powers we don't have, and narrowly focus on historic landmarks and whether or not we think this particular standard, objective design standards document, is going to give us, well, first of all, we don't have the tools because it's not going to be our business. It also seems to me generally, my understanding of SB 35 is that the Historic Landmarks Commission would always be reviewing a project that affected a landmark because if SB 35 project does affect a landmark, it isn't an SB 35 project. So, so I think we're good.
Although just on that, Commissioner Uli, just on that, so that's true for landmarks and for destruction. And Rosie, please correct me if I'm wrong, or any other staff member. So that is true for landmarks, but not EPD in general. And it's also true for I think the destruction of historic resources. But I think that what normally was in our purview, if there is one of these projects in the EPV, it doesn't necessarily, if it's not messing with the landmark or historic structure, I think it basically gets to go through with just the checklist. I'm pretty sure that's the answer. Is that right, Rosie?
I didn't see it. It's in a district, a historic district.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on just one second. Commissioner Uli, could you say what you had said, and then we'll go back to Rosie to answer the real answer.
My read was that if it is in something that has a conditional use to it or some kind of thing, that it's not an SB 35 qualifying project. So the fact that it's in a historic landmarks district means that there is a special condition to it. So I don't see how it could fit within an SB 35 project.
Okay, so I'd like Rosie, if you could answer that.
Okay, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
members of the commission. So as I stated earlier, it cannot involve the demolition of a listed landmark or structure of merit, state, federal, or local. Just being within a historic district, I don't believe disallows one of these projects from moving through. Or you could have one of these projects go in next to a landmark, as long as it meets objective standards. Does that answer your question?
Commissioner Uli?
Well, kind of. I suppose this gets to Commissioner Limvik's admonishment earlier that it's not really objective in the sense that how can a objective design standard that says if you use this window and that opening and you do this and you do that and you check all those boxes, how can that objective approach determine whether or not that particular project impacts the landmark which it's next to? So it seems to me that projects that have an effect, and everything does have an effect on the environment, potentially can have an effect on a landmark which is in our purview. So I don't see how it can, that project can logically navigate through an objective process, as SB 35 says. So that might be an interesting point of clarification with legal.
Yes, and I was actually just going to go there. Maybe we can have that point out as to how, because that through all of our meetings and our discussions, it kind of came out pretty strongly that basically there's at least a lot. There's most of the non. Oh yeah, perfect. All right, Teva, do you want to take it away?
Chair Grumbine, commissioners, the SB 35 is pretty clear that you can't demolish a historic structure, but if it's next, we don't consider it even if it's next to it. So we are working on our historic ordinance. So in some respect, we're going to hopefully try and address some of those concerns in there. But the state is trying to preempt us in how we allow projects or disallow projects to go through. So if the project is next to a resource that's been designated and it meets objective guidelines, it gets to be developed.
Thank you, Stringer. All right. I think the next up was Commissioner House.
Yeah, the point I wanted to make before was just that I want to say I think it was a brilliant stroke that you decided to settle on one style. You would have gotten so bogged down if you were trying to include all different possible areas of the city and appropriate styles. And I would look at this as a first step, because I don't know where this is going. We don't know until we get applications. The affordability threshold, the prevailing wage might be all major disincentives to anybody ever building one of these. So I think we've got to start somewhere, and I think this is a good start.
Thank you, Commissioner House. Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, thank you. I think that we can more or less limit some of our efforts on other architectural styles, because I just don't see that we're going to have a 3-story Queen Anne over a parking structure brought before us. It doesn't make sense, architecturally or economically probably. And from the standpoint of building in a neighborhood that has non-Mediterranean style buildings, would we want to see a large Queen Anne or a large stick or a large whatever? Is that a good piece of architecture to fit within the city? I don't know that it is. I think we would probably all sit back and say, gosh, I'd rather have a Mediterranean style building of a larger size, because it is maybe easier on the eyes and is something that we have seen historically in Europe or whatever. We don't see huge Queen Annes, or we don't see huge, Victorians or Italianates or whatever. So I don't know that we should worry too much about other current styles that are in the city. I think what we've got to worry about is how do we provide the opportunity for owners, builders, and architects to design in a more contemporary style. And I think if we're to look at another effort on objective design standards, it should be something that deals with a more contemporary piece of architecture in the city, outside of the EPV or outside of the whatever district. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lenvik. All right, any other comments? Did I miss any commissioners? No, going once, going twice. Okay, all right. And most of my own thoughts have come out. I would say that I know that there's discussion about wave 2 for other areas. I don't think it's necessarily going to be a stylistic thing, because we tried to do that at the beginning and we realized pretty quickly how hard it was. There might be a way that we can get objective standards by general neighborhoods and areas, though, that where there's certain building patterns that are repeatable, and at least define those and it won't necessarily be a strong style or not, but it'll at least give guidance for areas close to Bungalow Haven or other things like that. So I think that there's more work to do for sure, but this project wasn't about that yet. It was just about getting something as a lowest hanging fruit out there. So, all right,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury,
I have a question, and it's just a small one, but it would help clarify my thinking. Does this SB 35 mean that the neighborhood compatibility analysis is just a moot point?
It's subjective. Rosie, would
Lord.
you like to Rosie, would you like to weigh in on it, or Teva?
Chair Grumbine, commissioners, yes, with regards to SB 35 projects, neighborhood compatibility is now a moot point, but only for these SB 35 projects.
All right, thank you very much.
Let's wait till SB 36.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Uli.
No, this is Julio Vena.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Vena.
I'm not quite asleep yet, but nevertheless, hasn't this been done in other cities? Is this the first time that anything like this has cropped up? I'm sure there are other historical cities that have historical situations that are, that are facing, the development thereof. So I don't know. It just seems like maybe we're the first ones. I don't know. And if so, good for us. Anyway, just a question.
Rosie, do you want to talk to this?
Yes, I would.
Because I know that you had looked into this when we were forming.
Yes. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, when we embarked on this project, that was my first question. Who else is doing this? What else has been adopted? I believe I found about 5 cities in California that have adopted objective design standards specific to Senate Bill 35. I know City of Fremont, I think Redwood City, a lot of them were in the Bay Area. So other cities have moved forward perhaps a little faster than we have. I also want to add, though, that Marin County, for example, got a grant from the state to do objective design standards, sort of a countywide effort, and then they are going to all the cities in the county and asking them if they want to join in. They're going to provide a toolbox of all kinds of objective standards and tailored to those cities. So they've talked about, similar to we use Spanish Colonial Revival, there may be a city in Marin County that all does objective standards for Tudor style buildings or something like that. So they were just starting on that process. So other cities are doing this. I've had other planners call me and ask what we're doing. It's definitely going on up and down the state. It's just everyone is kind of starting on this process and trying to figure out how to handle it. I also want to mention that we are looking also at state funding to broaden this effort and again, maybe work on different styles that are more suitable for different neighborhoods. This is definitely the very first step. And I can see our city going a little further with this if we can get the grant funds to do it.
Okay, thank you. And just so that you all know, when the ones that were already done that we looked at, that Rosie had printed out and gotten before us, were definitely not things that we would want to adopt. So that's for the record.
Yeah, you answered my question. Yeah. Carry on.
Perfect. All right. Commissioner Uli?
That's good information to know, because I suppose if we wanted to amplify these objective standards by neighborhood or so, we could just go shopping around the coast and at least not have to start something from a blank sheet of paper, which is always very challenging.
Yep. Okay. Any other comments? So it seems, so you, for this, you don't need a motion for anything, is that correct? Or is there, no?
That's correct, Mr.
Staff
Chair.
would-
It's a
yeah.
discussion item, so there's no
Okay.
formal motion associated with it.
All right. Well, we have officially discussed it. So, and I think that as generally moving forward, I think it'd be great to have, great and very helpful, because now there is this document, and sometimes there's certain very good reasons why we use language that we did, but other times there could be better language for sure used. So I think that through you all and through ABR and through, and through the public, adding in their thoughts and ideas, I think that really helps to kind of get everything on the table and to be able to sort of choose the best that fits the most and is legal. Because a lot of the things that was the toughest thing there was is that it has to be able to be said this is objective, which means it has to be able to be checked off basically, and then you have to define what that is very carefully. So there was a lot of a lot of that struggle that went on to get to where we are. But I think there's going to be more good input. And then maybe I guess the sort of adding to some of the other commissioners, including Commissioner Uli, and the public process and the public review of it. Perhaps, and this is just an idea, but perhaps there could be once this has gone through ABR, HLC feedback, general public feedback, everyone's feedback on it, and there's been a meetings by the group, by the subcommittee group. Perhaps at that point, then there could be sort of a side-by-side comparison of some sort, and that might be helpful in terms of seeing what changed and what didn't as we look at it going forward. So that's just an idea, but it might be helpful to see how things got changed, and it could be a discussion of why as well. There usually are very good reasons for why something had to change. All right. Any other comments by staff or need us to do anything else before we close the item?
I just want to thank you for hearing this discussion, and I'll be in touch as far as any future review or how we're going to process getting comments in and going with the work group and getting back to the commission on what we changed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, staff, for all of your incredible work. Rosie leading the charge, and everyone else that helped as well, Matt and others. So, all right. I will now close item number 1. And seeing how it is 3:10, why don't we do it'd probably be good to do a quick break before, I know we only have 2 other items, but the second one's going to be a longer one. And so why don't we do a quick break? It's probably a good idea, and then we can reconvene. And should we say like 10 minutes, or is everyone, yeah, it's probably better to do 10 minutes because that way we can all get back on. It might take a couple minutes to make sure we're connected. So why don't we take a 10-minute recess, 10-minute break?
So we'll resume at 3:20, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay, great. 3:20.
Just ask everyone to mute themselves, and you can go ahead and turn your webcams off. And I might ask the applicants for the next item to join so we can just get you set up. Thank you.
Sounds good. All right, great.
Chair will need to reconvene the meeting before moving on to the next item.
Okay. Is everyone ready to go?
Yep.
Yes. All right, sounds good. Let's reconvene the meeting. So reconvene Historic Landmarks Commission, May 13th, 2020. So we just finished with item 1, so now we're on to item 2, 222 East Can Perdido Street Archaeology Report. This is a proposal for a new 2- and 3-story residential condominium project comprised of 7 units with private roof decks for 4 units. The site is currently developed with a 3-story, 13,000 square foot commercial building and 40 parking spaces. The project includes a 3-stack puzzle lift containing 17 spaces to serve the existing commercial building, another puzzle lift system containing 11 spaces, and 7 surface parking spaces. Planning Commission review is required for a tentative subdivision map and modification to the dimensional requirements for open yard areas. This is requesting acceptance of a revised extended phase 1 archaeological investigation prepared by David Stone, Wood Environment and Infrastructure, Inc. The report was last reviewed and accepted on October 31st, 2018. All right. And with staff, did you have
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a reminder, there are minutes you can read from the last review, which was on October 31st, 2018. So the report was accepted previously by the commission, and in the minutes there were a couple minor edits that the HLC had at the time, all of which were incorporated after that review. The new report that's before you today, and the applicant will go through the edits. It did contain a few minor edits. However, none of them changed the ultimate recommended action mitigation measures for monitoring. So I'll leave it to the applicant to go through what the edits were included, but it's here before you today for another acceptance or another action. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Plummer. Why don't we also go through what the motion was and our minutes from last time. So we have, I have them here if we don't have them for the screen, but okay, yep, there it is. So it was, we had a motion to accept the report with the following comments: update the site design on figure 13 to the currently proposed site design. On pages 39, 40, and 41 on table 1, feet should be labeled inches. Item 3 on page 13, change military duty to responsibility. And it was made by House, second by Bena. It was 5-0-0. Drury, Mahan, and Lundvik were absent. The motion carried. So, okay. So, welcome.
Thank you.
And why don't you state your names for the record and give us a little presentation on the archaeology report, what's changed, and also how you answered those comments.
Sure. This is Trish Allen with Suzanne Elledge, Planning and Permitting. David, your turn.
David Stone, as advertised, the archaeologist from Wood Environment and Infrastructure. Good afternoon.
And Mr. Chair, thank you. Before we jump into the revisions, I just wanted to really just explain why we're here. We did have an accepted report, as Ms. Plummer explained, and the changes that were just noted in the minutes, those were made to the final report, and those were filed with city staff. So I wanted to just briefly go over, since we were before you last, the project team has continued to do additional research for the project, moving to the next iteration of developing the project. And in that research, part of that research is also to reference back to that accepted extended phase 1 report. And as we came across some more detailed information, we felt that it was important to have accurate documentation and update as a team and go ahead and update Mr. Stone's report. So that's really why we're back here. And with that, I'll turn it over to David to walk you through the revisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Thank you very much, David Stone again. I'm sorry that you don't have a track changes version of this report in front of you because as Trish pointed out, the actual revisions are very, very slight. They do not change at all the conclusions of the extended phase 1 archaeology, the excavations that were done. And just again to emphasize those conclusions, the trenching that was done, the over 20 trenches that were done throughout the project site had as their objective to identify any potentially significant archaeological resources associated as early as the Presidio period up into early 20th century. And relative to the Presidio, the critical question was whether there was evidence in the southwest corner of the project site for foundations related to of the bastion or defense tower that had been identified on plans dating to the Presidio time and subsequent to that. And the excavations that we undertook were coordinated with the Trust for Historic Preservation's archaeologist, Mike Imwally, respecting and acknowledging his expertise in Presidio and archaeology, and also generally to strive to provide as much coordination and communication with the trust as possible. So just to go back very, very briefly to the previous report, the excavations, the trenches that were particularly in the area where the bastion had been mapped, failed to identify any evidence of a foundation or compacted soils or any actual materials such as boulders or finished masonry that would suggest a bastion had actually been constructed in the southwest corner of the project site. And as a result, the conclusions of the report that you accepted previously indicated that the project, as currently proposed at that point in time and as currently proposed now, would not have any adverse effect on evidence of such a bastion. So as Trish pointed out, I was asked to go back to the report and try to emphasize or in any way possible elaborate on the historic archival information relative particularly to the bastions to provide as dynamic and complete a discussion of the background that is associated with the absence of such a bastion in our archaeological studies. And as Trish pointed out, the ongoing research that the committee directed was for the historic structures report. And of course, the historic structures report is addressing many of the same pieces of information that I initially reviewed and incorporated in my report, which you approved. So that is sort of the dynamic evolution of why at this point in time, I went back and crossed a few T's, dotted a few I's, and provided you the version of the report that you see today. Again, none of the additions have any impact or bearing on the mitigation measures or residual impacts section of the report. So if you're interested and so inclined, I could go page by page through those track changes. I do have that PDF up myself. I suppose I can't share that with you, but it's just a matter of how detailed of a breakdown of each of the small changes in the report that you would like me to comment upon, or could we, are you comfortable just going forward with your consideration? I'm at your service.
All right. Okay, so with that, why don't we have, once we have public comment, why don't we have the commissioners weigh in on whether we want to go through this slow or just whether you just giving us the skim version is okay. So, all right, so why don't we, you're done with your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so I will now open public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment on the archaeology report, please raise your hand via your virtual hand via the instructions that will come here.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, if you could please raise your hand using the hand icon, and I'll call on you and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. At this moment, I do not see anyone who's raised their hand. And I'll just ask Pilar if there's a written comment.
Thank you, Ms. Coquinda. And then, Mr. Chair, we did receive a written correspondence yesterday from Mike Imwali in regards to the archaeological report. So I'd ask that you acknowledge that correspondence. You should have all received it. Mr. Chair, I can't hear you.
Sorry. And actually, I'm not sure. I don't think I received it, but others may have. So maybe I'll open it up to the other commissioners. And it might have been that I got it, but I hadn't read it yet. So
Mr. Chair, I can summarize the comments if.
Yeah. Okay. If you would.
Okay. The summary of my comments are as follows. They infer that the 1788 Neustadt plan was drafted in order to gain approval and funding for the Presidio. Yet, according to the same publication, the entire Presidio and its outer defensive walls were built in 1788. The plan is not just a whim of what might have been, it was drafted after the Presidio had been built. Item 2, they state that there is no archaeological evidence for a moat. The report they examined, in fact, did have evidence of such a feature. It was described at the time as a burrow pit. Burrow pits were depression created from scooping up soil to make adobe bricks. The burrow pit is the dry moat. This is how they are created. That interpretation was presented in subsequent reports that were not consulted. The last sentence on page 52 is incomplete. The use of the term adobe tile, see below. And then he said, I don't know if I'll be able to participate in the hearing tomorrow, but I would appreciate if you could circulate these comments to the commission.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, or I guess that we'll close public comment now if there's no other public comment. Okay, and then back to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury?
Yes. So Mike Imwali's well-written letter was, I think, just, it seems to me, is it possible it was more of a sort of a friendly critique of your report, Mr. Stone?
Commissioner Drury, you know, Mike and I work very closely together. We work closely on this project. We're continuing to work very closely on 800 Santa Barbara Street. So, you know, I know that Mike is concerned that details, as any good archaeologist is, the details of a report line up with what he considers the appropriate substantial evidence. Mike, certainly don't want to speak for him, but I think he feels very strongly that his points that he raises reflect the appropriate interpretation of the information that I provided. But I definitely got the sense that he agreed with, he continues to agree with the conclusions of the report and relative to the lack of evidence for a bastion on the property. So friendly, I think collegial might be a better term, Commissioner Drury, and in the spirit of ensuring that his perspective of these facts are represented appropriately.
All right, thank you. And one more question. The southwest corner of the project is pretty much right on Cannon Perdido.
Oh, okay, Commissioner Drury. Well, you know, darn Santa Barbara. I don't mean the corner on Cannon Perdido. I mean, oh gosh, should I just say the south corner? Maybe southwest.
So that's further. Okay, that's further away from Cannon Perdido then.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Drury.
All right.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Great, thank you. So do we have other commissioner questions? That's all I'll do for it.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lenvik?
I have a couple of questions. Did I hear David Stone indicate that a phase 2 study is being prepared?
Stone?
A historic structures report is being prepared, which was directed by the commission, and Trish will jump in since she is more central to that effort. But that was a parallel but separate evaluation.
Good.
Not archaeological. Mm-hmm.
I have another question.
And actually, just on that, Ms. Allen, would you like to comment any more on that?
I think Mr. Stone covered it adequately.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. All right, Commissioner Lenvik?
I have another question. On page 11, at the bottom of the first lead paragraph on that page, and again, it's kind of reflecting on what Mr. Mwali said. You say in the last sentence, and it's an added sentence, importantly, no evidence of substantial bastions such as those by Goya Echea, is that a correct pronunciation? In 1788, on the northwest or southeast corners of the Presidio were described at this time. Would the word planned, would a better word be, since he kind of infers that, I can't find it in his letter quickly, but would a better word be referred to? The bastions was referred to by Goya Echea? It's a question.
Mr. Stone?
Okay, yeah, Commissioner Lenvik. Absolutely. You know, I don't want, I'm not intending to minimize the importance of Mike's comments. Semantics, syntax, different word choice certainly does characterize how I see many of Mike's concerns.
Yeah, he was, I believe, if I recall what I read, he was quite positive about the fact that there was no bastion on that corner ever. Is that correct?
Commissioner Lenvik, you know, are you talking about Mike and Wally's comments or?
Yes.
Yes. Again, yes, it's my understanding, and Mike, you know, was with us when we did the excavations. We went and we talked about the results of the excavations in the field. And I think there's nothing that Mike has written that deviates from his shared consensus with us that there's no archaeological evidence for the bastion to have been constructed. Otherwise, it certainly would be there.
Would it affect the report if you change the word planned to referred to?
Not at all. Not at all.
I have another question. I have another question, merely because I don't understand your profession. On page, oh damn.
I don't know about that page.
Oh yeah, I know where that is. Yeah, that page.
It may be the next page, but I'm not certain because I didn't write it down. In the middle of the next page, let's say it says this field school, and this is an added paragraph. This field school also used various types of geophysical survey techniques, including yada yada yada. This field school, is school a term that's correctly used here?
Oh, I get to be a professor, Commissioner. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so this field school, it was an archaeological excavation. It was directed by a professor of archaeology, but it involved students who had not become yet professional archaeologists and were taking the course for credit.
Thank you. I might
You're
have
welcome.
one other question. Let me thumb through my notes here. Imwali, he said something in his letter. Well, he clarified that Adobe Tile is an error. I assume you've bought into that, maybe or maybe not. In his letter, he said on page 58, and I think the numbering has changed on your document. He says in page 58, first paragraph, first sentence, interpretation of master plan El Presidio de Santa Barbara State Historic Park, IMP, depiction of a bastion in this area, based on 1788 Geochio plan, is in error. So that kind of reflects back on the first question I had. The plan was an error that there was a bastion on that corner, and the best you can do back on page whatever it was 11 is say that it might have been referred to or whatever. But you do accept M. Wally's contention that there never was a bastion there, and you have that on your document.
Commissioner Lembeck, yes. And again, word choice, I support completely a word choice that is more inclusive, more respectful. You raise a very interesting point about the interpretive master plan for Presidio. And this is actually in large part why I was asked and why I have provided some additional information for you. The master plan for the Presidio of the state park is a plan. And my point here was to say that archaeological evidence relative to that bastion does not support the interpretive plan that is part of the historic. And I stated that the master plan is in error. Mike feels that that's an inappropriate statement. And this is what you're getting at, that it's much more appropriate to say that the master plan interpretation of the Presidio is not supported by archaeological evidence relative to that bastion, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
I think that's
one of the I have no other comments or questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Other commissioners' questions? Questions from other commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I just have comments.
Commissioner Drew. Okay. So I guess I would ask a question of Mr. Stone. So in general, this letter came out, well after the report because we had Mr. Molly had to read it. But would you be in general supportive with his edits of some of his choice of language, and if not, which areas would you disagree with and think that your report would want to stay unedited or unchanged?
Right. Chair Grumbine, I have no concerns or professional ownership of the facts. And I believe that Mike's comments do not change the conclusions of the report, particularly as they relate to the project and your consideration and the city's consideration. So I would not have any problem changing words or making different or accommodating Mike's requested changes.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. All right, so now we'll go to comments. Any comments on this report or on any of the things we discussed? Commissioner Drury?
Well, it's as usual a well-written report by Mr. Stone, and I'm glad to see there's a collegiality between both you and Mike Imwally. Both of you very knowledgeable about the Presidio and the goings on. I do have it's sort of a folded in question, but there was reference to a moat, and I think it's the smallest moat in history, if it is truly a moat, about 3 feet deep and about 16 feet long, which would stop maybe a goat, but it wouldn't stop an attacking force. So I'm wondering, I guess, is the moat still in play? I'm sorry to fold a question in there, but is the moat still in play?
All right. We'll go back to questions for you, Mr. Stone.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Drury. As you know, I always appreciate your appreciation. There's a lot of work that goes into these reports, for sure. You know, that is a very, very interesting question, and it's a good rejoinder to Chair Grumbine's, Grumbine's, sorry.
Grumbine's right.
Yeah, Grumbine? Okay. That's a strong eye. Yeah. You know, the moat or the existence of a moat was not a central element of our investigation because the proposed project does not propose any or it does not design or encroach within that area closest to the wall. So again, we're talking about something that might have been or might not have been. But you know, Commissioner Drury, I share with you the sentiment that my sense of a moat, based on reading how Presidios were constructed, would be a continuous ditch around the length of the perimeter wall to function as moats do, another defensive aspect. So what Mike Imwally has pointed out is there definitely was, as you pointed out, a 6 meter, and that 6 meters about 20 feet long depression that was encountered during an excavation. Whether that represents a moat or not, that could be an academic question. As I said, I'm happy to recognize that might or is considered a portion of a moat by Mike Imwally. I don't want to push farther whether it was a moat or not. What I did point out, please take a look if you have in your report, page 14. Whoopsie, sorry, page 10. If you all would look at page 10, if that's okay. This is what's called the Vischer Plan. This is from 1820. Are you all there? Do you all have that?
Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to pull it up here.
Sure.
And for the public's knowledge, we don't show archaeology reports for the sensitive information, so we'll just try to follow along here. Are you saying page 10 of the PDF or the actually numbered page 10?
Yeah, yeah. No, the actual number, page 10.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be figure 4. Okay.
Okay,
So,
got it.
yeah, I pointed out in this particular depiction of the Presidio, this was done in 1820, years after the Presidio was constructed and completed. I don't know if you can see it well enough, but the 2 points I raised here is that there is no bastion in the lower right hand corner, Commissioner Drury. there is written around the perimeter of the Presidio the word murales, M-U-A-L-L-E-S, and that means walls. Now, there is no indication of a fosso, F-O-S-O, which is a moat. And what I point out in my report here, and I'll reiterate it, is you can see in this lovely depiction not only the Presidio, but you see the outlying structures outside of the Presidio. You also see some topographical indications, the mountains. You also see some closer to the lower right-hand corner of the Presidio as it's depicted, a drainage or a milpas. So, I'm just, again, emphasizing what evidence there is to interpret rather than what could be. I state in my report, if there was a moat, I would expect Vischer to identify it as such, along with the murales that he does depict. And I would imagine a moat as a topographic depression would be indicated similar to the milpas that you can see, the lower area on surrounding the Presidio. So again, I'm doing my best to use evidence that is available. And my feeling is the preponderance of evidence does not suggest the presence of a continuous moat surrounding the Presidio.
All right, thank you.
Although,
I'm sorry.
Although
Mr.
it does,
Chair.
that figure does show the Presidio as like 2 miles long by 2 miles long, right?
Yes, really?
No, I'm just joking. This is the scale.
No.
If you scaled
So,
the drawing,
I
it's
guess
one
my
Presidio.
comment would be
All right,
then that
Commissioner
I
Gray.
would support acceptance of the report. If you would glean from Mike and Wally's insertions and fold them in to that report, I think you've indicated you would do that in any case, and I would support the report, acceptance of the
All right.
report with that. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, and Commissioner Lenvik seconding it. So is that official motion, Drury? Commissioner Drury? Commissioner Drury, I think you're still muted.
There we go. Yes, I'll make that a motion. Sure.
Okay, and Commissioner Lenvik, second it. Okay, under discussion. Any discussion?
I don't think
Commissioner
there was
Uli?
any water for a moat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a matter of record, I did review the tape on this matter. It was on the commission before my appointment, but I did watch the tape.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Uli. And that's a good point of notation as well. If you haven't reviewed the tape and you weren't here for the last archaeology report, please please refrain from. Actually, although it wasn't approved, and this is a new coming back to us as a revised version. So actually, I would ask staff, Ms. Plummer, is it fair to say that, or even better, even more legal, Ms. Ostinger, is it okay for those who have not seen the previous tape to review this because it's a new, it was already accepted before?
That's correct. They don't need to have watched the tape. This is a new action to make.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm learning my rules. Okay, so
I watched that tape. Well, I was edified, I suppose, but I didn't need to watch it.
It was an enjoyable tape. Where our commission meetings are really fun.
It's a riveting strip of footage.
Some people pay to watch those tapes. No, actually, no one does. All right. So, any other commissioners under discussion? All right. In that case, I'll call the question.
Mr. Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. I can conduct the roll call vote if we're ready.
Yes, please.
All right, Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Vice Chair House.
Aye.
Commissioner Drury.
Aye.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Well, I want to say yes, but because everybody else has said aye, I feel like I need to say aye.
Oh, go ahead.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
He's gone.
Heidi, try again with Commissioner Mahan, please.
Commissioner Mahan. All right. Commissioner Uli,
Aye.
Commissioner Vania.
Aye.
All right, the vote is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, the ayes have it. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Stone. And we'll see you next
Appreciate
time.
it.
All right.
Thank you. And I want to see a tie next time on you guys.
I know that's only this long on you. We just see the top part, so.
That's all
All
that's
right.
necessary. Okay. Thank you all.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Take care. All right. So we are now closing item 2 on to item 3. So this is for 433 East Cabrillo Boulevard. This is an in-progress review. This is a revised project description. This is proposal for 86-room hotel, comprised of 2 parcels, hotel, and then the parking lot site. The hotel is within El Pueblo Viejo and will be reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission. The other lot will be ADR. The hotel site is currently limited for a 150-room hotel with conference and group facilities. Proposed is a revised design for smaller development of the hotel site consisting of 2- and 3-story structures. The proposed square footage on this lot is approximately 88,000 square feet. Program elements include a casual and fine dining restaurant. And ... wine cellar and lounge, rooftop swimming pool and pool bar, spa, banquet room, water features, and gardens. Automobile and pedestrian access to the hotel will be from Calle Cesar Chavez via motor court and accessible sidewalk at reception pavilion. This is for an in-progress review. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. This project was last reviewed on April 29th, 2020. All right. And I think,
Mr. Chair?
just as a point of,
Chair?
oh yeah. Yes, Commissioner
Mr.
Drury?
Chair? No, this is Mr. Mahan.
Commissioner Mahan. Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, I have not reviewed the video, so I'm going to abstain. I'm going to step down on this item.
Okay. You can still ask questions, correct?
Pardon my interruption. I'm going to ask if Mr. Stone, Mr. David, can you turn off your webcam? I've tried to dismiss you and I don't see your name up, but we're still getting your video. So I'm just wondering if he can hear me right now.
I don't see his video anymore, Ms.
Now
Clifton.
I think it's off now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still see it on my screen, so I just want to make sure that you're not seeing it.
It's like the reverse of an archaeology report.
I still see it on my
See
screen
it
as
even
well.
afterwards.
Yes, it's interesting seeing the inner workings of the David Stone residence, you know.
Yeah.
He's going to be feeding his cats. And...
All right.
And I don't know, Pilar, if you're able to get in contact with Trish, perhaps, and maybe
I will
get that message. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't turn it off. I thought we're having issues.
Okay. All right.
Commissioner Brumbein, I just wanted to mention that I need to leave at 5 o'clock today, and I thought we'd have plenty of time, but we may not be able to finish that other item. So my apologies.
Oh, let's be optimistic. We'll try to get out before you are gone. Okay. Thank you for telling me. All right. So why don't we get started? So this is an in-progress review. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. Project was last reviewed on April 29th, 2020. So, oh, I see Bill Mahan popping up, but I just see a black box. Commissioner Mahan, did you have a question or anything? Okay, we'll continue. Okay, so do we have the applicant here? Oh, yes. There you are, Commissioner Mahan.
I saw Bill Mahan for a brief but shining moment.
I know. Yep. He just wanted to let us know that he's still here watching us, making sure that we're on,
like a good
on
Irishman.
point. That's right.
Mr. Chair, this is Ellen Kokenda. I'm just pulling in the applicants. If Suzanne Elledge, could you test your audio, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes. And Robert Glazier, can you also turn on your webcam and audio test?
Eric, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. This is Suzanne Elledge, representing the Robert Greene Company, and I don't have any introduction today, so we'll just get on with our presentation. Bob Glazier and Kirk Ellis from Gensler will be making the presentation, and also in the wings we have Joel Harms and Patrick Baldwin from Burton Studio, should there be some landscape architectural questions that we want to get into, and I'll turn it over to Bob. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Okay, and just before we start, or before you start, Bob, I wanted to read through our comments from last time and our motion from last time. So I'm looking for it here. I think I found it. Do we have it to pull up on the screen? Great. And I guess we did adjust these and tweak them a little bit. I don't think it's going to be really, I think these will all be discussed and come out in discussion, but we did revise things a little bit per our meeting minutes review today, our draft minutes. And I didn't write it down because it's all digital, so it's hard to, we'll try to recreate it. Or actually, we can ask Heidi, would you be able to go through the revised versions of these 11 points? Or is that a capability we have right now, or should we just kind of wing it?
You want me to just go through the minutes and read them as
the adjusted minutes, the tweaked minutes, because that way we can keep the verbiage correct and all that.
No problem. So the first comment remained the same. In general, the commission feels that the design is progressing well. Comment 2 was changed to plaster on the weep screed. I'm still not sure if I'm saying that correctly. Details should come all the way into the ground. The balcony over the spa roof is too tight and should be revised. The commission needs more information about the gutter material. The rails and stiles of the windows should be in proportion and have the correct thickness. Show all the sliding doors, noting that the commission prefers French swing doors. Study square columns at a larger scale. Continue to develop the tower elevator. 9 is revise ridge vent detail 2 of A7-104. 10, make sure the trees are full scale specimens and not specified as small. And then I think we changed comment 11 to provide information on the texture of the wood trellises, and the members should have a copper cap. Does that all sound correct?
Yep, that sounds right.
All right.
Okay. All right. So with those, with that motion and those comments, why don't you take it away?
Thank you. So today, just a quick review of what we'll be showing you. We're going to show you all the elevations, and as we did last time, the approved above and the current below, and we're doing this just because of this new format, and it's hard to compare, so we thought this would make it easier for all of you. We will ask for 2 changes on these elevations, 2 which we think are important, adding 2 windows on the Cabrillo elevation, obviously facing the ocean, and then the redesign of a balcony that is the only wooden balcony left on the project. It's on the 3rd floor. There's no wood anywhere else on this building, and we want to simplify that, which seems to be the right direction for this project, to always simplify and make that more in keeping with the rest of the balconies on the project. We'll also show you details, and I know you look at the details because of the weep screed detail, Commissioner House's catch last time, and then I've listened to your entire meeting today, and I know Commissioner Lundvik's request to have that detail go below the grade, and we have the same intention. So that detail will go below the dirt. It won't stop at the dirt. It will go below enough to make sure that the stucco is always going below the dirt. So details, Chairperson Grumbine, you had suggested, and we completely agreed to study all these columns. As you know, early on, almost 3 years ago now, I showed you many drawings with historic photographs, one of which was the columns at the Montecito Fire Station, now known as the old fire station, and I know that building well. I stood across from that building many, many years waiting for my daughters to get out of MUS, so I know that building well. And then it was interesting, this past week, Commissioner Lenvik suggested I see the county courthouse, which I did. Always a nice place to go to get away, especially now that I'm stuck in my house. And I noticed that the columns, the square columns on the county courthouse tower are very similar in profile to the Montecito Union column. So we will get into that. But what I wanted to tell you about that is things are moving fast. And we submitted these drawings a week ago. And we have probably over 30 professionals working on these drawings now. So things are changing fast. So what you're going to see today is not what we have on our drawings today. And I'm sorry to say that, but I just want you to know that because again, things are moving fast and I know you're busy. I spent my afternoon listening to all that you do. So I know you have a lot to do. So I just wanted you to know that they're not exactly right. And certainly for next week, when we submit our drawings in a week, those will be 100% correct. Sort of like the evolution, I guess, of the weep screen detail. After the elevation review, we'll go through the roof plan, which you have never seen. And we'll do that with the help of Kirk and our landscape architects from Burton, Joel and Patrick. So I think we can get right into, just a quick thing. Next slide.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Chair. We have a situation where we have someone else's video on, and I know it's really distracting probably for your presentation. And for privacy issues, I'm going to turn off all the webcams. So we're going to lose you for a second, you'll still be able to hear your audio, but I'm just going to turn off all the webcams to see if that can solve the issue.
Okay. Sounds good.
So I don't know. All right. Unfortunately, that didn't work. I'm trying to call tech support right now, and we're trying to get in touch with David Stone to address the issues, but I just want to apologize to the chair and the commissioners and to the applicants as well. We are trying to figure this out. Thank you.
Should we keep going?
Yeah, as the chair wishes.
Okay. Well, so yeah, I think we should, as long as we're working on it, and I don't see any point in waiting any longer, especially if we can't cut it off. I guess the one last thing I would ask about, maybe we should try is, I guess it might not work, but just shutting it down and restarting the meeting. Is that would that do it, or would that be a last ditch effort to try to just reboot and restart back up?
If I could ask Timmy Bolton to come on really quick, I fear that once we end the meeting, it will completely end the session, and then we have to recreate a new meeting entirely. So I'm really hesitant to do that. That's really kind of, if something really drastic comes up, certainly I would be willing to do that if I saw anything that I felt like was not appropriate. But Timmy, did you have any, did you want to weigh in on that?
I think you should be able to still log back into the same thing. It would boot everyone who's on this, the panelists as well as the attendees, so everyone would have to join back in. So it is kind of like the ultimate kill switch.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner
I'll leave
House.
it to the chair.
Commissioner House?
I don't know what the problem is, but I don't hear any extraneous noise, and I don't know if others are.
It's a video that.
It's just video. And
Just
I'm also
video.
going to ask Pilar, have you been able to get in touch with Trish Allen to see if we can get, or David Stone's phone number?
Yeah, I've contacted Trish, but I didn't get a response yet. And I'm also emailing David. So hopefully he's checking
All
his
right.
email.
Well, do we want to do just try to continue, and then if the kill switch does get pulled, everyone will know just to get back on. How about that?
It's okay with us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Sounds good. Let's go. Yeah, if I left my webcam on, you'd see 8 kids and some chickens running by. So.
That's good. It'd be fun to see.
All right, go ahead.
Going to keep going?
And actually, if
Yes,
you could
please.
please,
Yes,
please do. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay, so we're not going to stop.
Yeah, we're gonna keep going, and then if everything goes dark, we got to get back into the meeting, and we'll do it that way.
So
Otherwise.
So I just want to say one thing before we go through the comparative elevations. We told Commissioner Howes that we would show a diagram where the French doors were versus the sliding doors. It's not finished. It will be done for next time. I know that was expected at this meeting, but we don't have it. So just want to say that. And let's jump right into the elevation comparison right now.
And actually, the exhibit we'll go to, please, is called Presentation Elevations. It's a 10-page PDF. That'll have the comparatives that Bob was referring to. Exactly. Thank you.
Excellent. So starting off on the right-hand side, Commissioner Drury suggested, and we completely agree, to get more space between that, what we know as a spa balcony and the top of that roof. We did that by pulling the roof down. I'm just going to say right now that that arch may want to come down slightly with it. As you probably know, I worked on the Biltmore for many years, and there's two gable ends that used to be part of the outdoor courtyard, and those are wonderfully proportioned. I think the arch wants to come down ever so slightly. I just want you to know that before we go too much further. Probably the single biggest thing that changed on this elevation between last time and this time are the height of the mechanical penthouses for the elevators. They're slightly higher. They're in keeping with the approved elevation. As you know, we added the guest room or guests direct elevator, which is off to the right-hand side. That is obviously the same height, but those are now more in keeping with the originally approved elevations. We were not able to get that reduced height that we had before. Chairperson Grumbine, you asked for us to study all these columns. As I mentioned, we have, and we are still studying them. And this drawing is now about a week old. I'm sorry to say that. We've refined these details. They're more in keeping with the square column at the county courthouse, as well as the Montecito Fire Station. You'll see them in a second, but I just want you to know, again, things are moving so fast, they're slightly out of date. So, and as part of that, Chairperson Grumbine, we studied these columns. Obviously, we moved the columns apart. One thing that was happening when we went back and studied these columns was the column capitals were too close. So we actually have moved these columns slightly apart, and that works now. Again, this is slightly old, and I'm sorry to say that. And then the last thing we did, and I don't think anyone even noticed it, but on the stair tower on the left-hand side of the drawing, we had left out a sill. We put that back, and that's now on this drawing. So that is this elevation, and we're going to go through all the elevations. Hope this doesn't take too much of your time, but this is the best way we can show you what where we are today. And so the next elevation, obviously, is a Cesar Chavez.
And actually, just as you do this, if you could zoom in a little more to make it bigger on our screens, just so that it kind of fills the screen, so that we can, yeah, there we go. Okay.
So again, I want to point out the elevator override where it was, where it is. This is where it has to be. We tried hard to get this to be lower. It is what it is right now, and I want you to be aware of that on this elevation. And also, again, the square columns. You'll see in a second are slightly out of date, but they are in this elevation, and that's the only thing on this elevation that changed. Okay, on the Cabrillo, we're going to the Cabrillo elevation now. This is the first thing we hope you will consider. So as you probably know, we're working with an interior designer, and as we lay out these rooms, especially the suites on the corner, which you can see it's on the right-hand side of the screen. Before we had no windows on the top elevation in the corner, that is the right-hand corner. We would like to add 2 stacked windows there. If they are that proportion or some other proportion, that's a zone we'd like to add windows. And as you might know, in Santa Barbara, there's so few great hotels that have views of the ocean. It seems kind of crazy in this suite not to have many windows as possible. Obviously, in keeping with the style, that is allowing enough wall space around these windows, but allowing a little bit more light and view out to the ocean here. Everything else on this elevation is the same as you saw last time. So we can switch to the park elevation. We can switch to this elevation, sorry, the interior south elevation. So as part of this whole rediscovery of the required height of this mechanical penthouse for the elevators, we have to go back and fix this tower. You might remember Commissioner Mahan suggested we look at the Lobero Theater because of the flat roof and the big cornices, moldings on the theater. because this was now a slightly higher, what we were doing, I don't think works. We don't want you to consider this today. We are closer than this drawing shows. But again, I just want you to know where we are with this. It's been an issue in the past. So our goal is to put something lower in the foreground and higher in the background so you don't see the apparent mass of the taller elevator override in the background. And again, this is not finished, and we just want you to know that. If we go to the interior east elevation, there's one discrepancy here. And again, I'm doing this just so you don't have to find all these things. If you look at the proposed elevation on the left-hand side, there's an arch that's you see at an angle, and there should be a balcony above that cut out as it is in the approved elevation. We have that now, and you will see that next time. We're also simplifying the parapet that runs behind this facade. You can see it clouded here. It should not drop like that. It should be continuous height. And of course, we're working on that as well. I'll just note one thing that you might see that's funny graphically. In the approved elevation, we did not have the chamfer on the arch. We are doing it on the proposed elevation, which you saw last time. But last time, as you might remember, the chamfer, the line of the chamfer was not clearly shown. So that's why you see two lines here. That's why it looks like the wall space is slightly less. It is slightly less, but the actual arch itself, the actual opening, which by the way, are very much like the Gebhardt building openings, slightly smaller, where we used to meet, that will be, that is what that is now. And again, you could not see that clearly last time. So we want to just point that out. If we go to the interior south elevation, this is one of my favorite elevations. We are still working with the structural engineer on this cantilevered stair to the pool. This was inspired by those historic drawings I showed you. Those, I still remember them, the sepia tone drawings with the corbels and the arches. And we're working with the structural engineer. It's not exactly right. It's very close. And also just want you to know, we're still studying the proportions of the columns that surround the restaurant. They're close. They might be a little bit too tall for their width. So we're studying that as well. And I heard during your meeting this morning or afternoon, since I've been watching the whole thing, that yes, we have to provide some flashing for those wooden members. And we certainly will, as requested at the start of your meeting, explain the texture and show you the texture of those wooden members. Interior west elevation, one of my favorites. I'm not sure why that is, but we, as you can see, it's very similar. One thing we've changed, and you probably couldn't see it before, but the idea of the plank doors, having worked on the Biltmore for 5 years, I love the plank doors. They're very simple. I think they're exactly right for this building. So we changed those to plank doors. We slightly changed the arches, and we took the pots off the bottom of the central stair. As you know, you might remember, early on I showed you a picture from El Paseo, and where the railing was above the masonry wall. We want the masonry wall to be above the railings. We actually pulled everything up, and when we pulled everything up, the pots seemed way too high, way above your head, which I don't think would work. Certainly not be a nice way to enter the building. So we took those off, and then we eliminated the stair on the right-hand side. I don't know if you have a cursor, but the right-hand side, we don't actually need that stair. And working with Joel and Patrick and the landscape architects, we were able to add more landscaping there. So we don't need an exit right there. Again, so we took that off. If we want to go to the park elevation, there is one thing on this we are absolutely going to fix. That is, this is my pet peeve in this world. My pet peeve in this life, working on these buildings, is the masonry wall above the tile. If you can see it between grid lines D8 and D11. I don't think when you're in the park or at Stearns Wharf, you want to look back and see this strip of white stucco above the roof tile. I think it makes it look like a fake roof. So we will work on that, replace it with a light railing, which we're doing right now. And we're also working on the loggia columns, slightly different from what's shown in your detail set, and that will be certainly will be fixed for next time. The next elevation, north elevation. So I took Commissioner Lundvik's offer to go see the county courthouse, which again was a great escape from 2 teenage daughters. Just checking to make sure they're not there. And obviously, every time you go to that building, we all see new things. And yes, I completely agree with Commissioner Lenvik. We want to do something that's asymmetrical. Whether this is the final, I'm not sure. We like the idea of making it asymmetrical, and that's what you can see on the right-hand side of that elevation. We also want to study the proportions of what I think of as Commissioner Mahan's suggestion, and which we have, which is to put the masonry screen in the same plane as the stucco, which we're showing. To me, they should be slightly higher. If you look at all the panes and all the proportions on this building, you can see that it's always a vertical proportion. It's not a square proportion. So we want to make those slightly higher. And then down below, this has been a long history. Many people have commented on this elevation. You might remember the previously approved design from 2007 or 8 had a big blank wall. I actually think you're going to see this wall from the highway. We want to make sure it's right. If you look at the top elevation, the arches seem very low to me. So if you know George Washington Smith's partial house on Hot Springs in Montecito, well, this is a detail that you can see in some of the historic photographs of his living room, which is making the part of the arch above the spring line set back but not completely open. What is below is open, and I think it'll give a nice high proportion, and something we can't do unless we do that technique that Mr. Smith used. So we like this direction. Again, we do want to make the pierced grille above taller to be in keeping with the proportions of the rest of the building. Commissioner Lenvik suggested we relook at the ground floor. As you can see, there's a big change here. As you might already know, there is an 8-foot wall, probably 25 feet in front of this, the 8-foot wall for the train. And so a lot of this will be covered. A lot of this is functional. People, I do not think will ever see this, but we haven't fully responded to Commissioner Lenvik's request there. The last thing, just because we're looking at it head on, that is the elevation. If you look where Commissioner Drury suggested we pull apart the balcony of the spa and the roof below, we actually, again, lowered the roof. I think we might want to slightly lower that arch, and it'll be just that much better. There's no reason to make it so tall and skinny. The next elevation, the porte cochere elevation, this is a place we would love to talk to you about removing all this wood. And so this is the only spot left on this building where there is a wood balcony. And it seems strange to me. If you look where it says number 10 porte cochere west elevation, on the top floor, 3rd floor, by the pool, there's this half level down, and that is all wood. And it just seems like a very strange thing to do. At one time, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we had some wood balconies. I think it's funny to mix this kind of a balcony with the rest of this building. We would like to simplify it to what's shown down below, in keeping with the columns that you've not yet seen on the building. And that's a change we would like to very much make, so we don't have this wood balcony 3 stories in the air. And then the last thing on the right-hand side of the screen, we haven't shown this to you in detail, but we would very much like to remove the columns that are on what we call the retail building. There's a building right across from the Paradise Cafe, which is not exactly right, and we don't want to have that happen to our building. And that is where the column capitals come back and hit the metal frame of the glass. So we would like to remove the column capitals here, have it a clean opening. It's a retail building. It's slightly different. It's on the other side of the motor court, and sort of protects the whole motor court from the noise of the concrete crushing plant and all the stuff that's happening in the back area. So I think it can be different. We've shown you elevations with arches without column capitals. In fact, right off to the side, you can see an arch right there that does not have the column capitals. We would like to take the column capitals off this building and just have a very clean frame for the metal and glass facade. That is a quick review of the elevations. We'd like to go into some details right now, which.
Okay, great. I'll take it from here, Bob. Please, all your comments can jump back in with me. So as Bob's just taking you through the evolution, and Bob is exactly right, we are flying right now to try to get to our plan check submittal date. Your comments and approval are the most important, though, so there's a lot of progress being made. Having said that, we do have the retail building that Bob just talked about, the small portion that's shown. In our main submittal set, it'll be on page 12, but actually we can go there now. Yes, correct, this set, page 12. Yeah. So if you can zoom in a bit, it is a small building. So as Bob just said, the basic composition remains the same from before, same footprint. We have taken off those capitals, so it can be just a nice clean glass and steel frame that comes back to a very simple planar arcade that's there. I think the elevations speak for themselves, and the two elevations on the top, that of course is going to have our landscape all across there. Burton Studios working very carefully on the landscape plan. That's going to have quite a bit going on there as far as landscaping, and then a small sign going into the drive motor court. Those of the city, I'm not sure if it's Pilar or whom it is. So if you could please switch over to our roof plan, which is a separate PDF. Yeah. So as Bob said, this is our first time talking you through the whole roof deck. And this is a great amenity. We think that guests and locals are going to love this space because it has this fantastic view across Chase Palm Park, across Cabrillo, back to the beach. You can see Stearns Wharf very carefully. So I think Robert Greene Company was very wise with Bob to try to do this in a sensitive way. Bob made the comment about the top of the tile roof to parapet wall. Now that we have our paper elevation just set on Friday for a final, we're massaging all those proportions now, but the intent of this remains the same. I'll walk you through this from the lower right-hand corner. You can see at a 45-degree angle, there's two elevators that is in it. Yep, thank you very much. So that's our two primary elevators for the hotel. Those go from first level, second, third, and then to roof. Those are secured elevators, key card access. When a guest comes off that space, you're immediately on a balcony edge, looking back across the inner courtyard and back towards the ocean. Bob did a great job of lining that access up, so it's actually a view towards the end of Stearns Wharf. A guest would turn right, turn up that 45-degree angle. You'll see another elevator there. That elevator is the express elevator that was added after the previous iteration. That is stopping at level 1 and then level 4, the roof, basically. At that point, we're all on the same level. We're collecting guests from those three elevators. They can go along that edge of the parapet, going from right to left, exactly. A view down into the courtyard. As you go a little bit further, go about another halfway down, there's a little umbrella right there, exactly. That is our rooftop bar. We are still looking at the final location. That rooftop bar, we like it here. We also like it moved over about 4 feet. There is no bottle display that goes up. This is a true rooftop bar. But we are trying to engage. There's two square sections up above, and those are the exhaust vents from the guest rooms below that we're going to anchor that bar to. I'm going to talk to you about that in a second. So this main zone over here, vertically on the plan, top to bottom, that's our main roof deck area. We're going to have different types of seating groups that are here. Some seating groups up against the edge of that parapet and roof coping, some out in the main field, a few of them that are high, kind of cocktail table, most of them that are low. As Bob said, we're trying to get that guardrail to have enough heights. If you're sitting down low, you can still see through our fall protection guardrail and see out to the palm trees and the ocean. So we're working very carefully on all those sightlines, proportions, plus furniture, etc. So that's the main roof bar and roof deck area. Moving a little bit back to Plan East, you can see the pool, obviously, the oblong rectangle there. This pool deck is up 18 inches from the main roof deck area. And the intent of that was to be able to get a little bit of separation. So as we have guests coming in from below who might be in regular attire, people in swimming attire, it feels a little bit better. We have a little sense of screening or privacy. Also, to be able to give a view from that pool deck, if you're on a sun lounger, to have a view, that 18 inches is going to help you see past our parapet on that south edge and see out. It's all about sight lines and view. The long oblong rectangle at the base between the roof deck to pool deck, that's going to be a planter bed. Not too high or overgrown, pretty well trimmed and manicured. The whole idea is to have really architectural landscaping. The 4 squares or 4 circles you're seeing there that are gray, we do have 4 planter boxes here that are integrated into the seating areas of the pool deck. That's to hold a tree. Those are each olive trees. On the east side of the pool, there are 5 cabanas, which unfortunately are not shown in this plan. To the west side of the pool, there are 3 cabanas, and those really frame our edges. Those will be built as a fixture. It's not a part of the building. It's built as a fixture, brought in as a piece of equipment. There's 1 armchair, 1 sound lounger, and a small table in each of the cabanas. And they'll have, of course, an awning top to them, a little bit of a swag detail along the sides, and then exterior grade pull curtains to enter all the cabanas. Then the parapet edge on the north side here is a solid parapet, as you just saw in the elevations. The whole idea was With the train tracks and the buildings across the way north of the train tracks, keep as a solid screen, both for sound and vision, but we still, of course, get views back up to the hills, which is the real value for this. So the main organization is a pool deck, which is going to feel great as a pool deck, and it's very inward focused to the pool with views down to the south. The roof deck then is a different feeling. It has different seating groups. It's less centrally organized. It's much more spread out. And it's really about the views to the west and a few views back into our courtyard. So two different stories. Continuing on up to the plan northwest section of the plan we're showing, you can see there's our service elevator. We do have a fire stair there, and the really dark lines, again, this is Revit exporting quick without pen weights, totally adjusted. Those are our VRFs to run the HVAC system for each of the guest rooms. So that area does encompass our service elevator, which feeds up to the roof, and then each of the levels below. A small pantry, which would back up to the bar just to help with ice and things like that. That is not above our 45-foot maximum height. And of course, our fire stair you can see there. Those are the main components. The other thing I want to explain to you is if you go to the northeast, plan northeast fire stair, yeah, that area just down south, plan south of that, that's where our toilet rooms are located. This is level 3.5 for us, so the roof is level 4. So guests at the pool deck, guests at the roof deck can either go down the stairs that are there or use the express service elevator that I had talked about before. And that gets guests to secured indoor air-conditioned lit toilet rooms. That both serves the pool deck as well as the roof deck as well. And then there's other dark lines on the side there. Those are also VRFs set in a well. Again, that's not above our 45-foot height. Guests could never see those. And then, as Bob said, his favorite, I call it the flying stair, but his favorite stair there from the pool down, back to plan southwest on the courtyard side, it engages very, very nicely in this space. So we've kind of captured this lowest, most southern area of the roof deck to plan southwest. If you could move your cursor, please, all the way down. Keep going down. There we go. And then just to the, yeah, there's the stair that's going to come up. So again, it's great staging. We get a little private, kind of an eddy current service space there, but our main flow can still take that flying stair and go down. Now, that's the overall layout. That's the guest experience. It's going to be very well served by staff. We had 6 opportunities to have a very efficient way to take care of our guest rooms below for mechanical ventilation, but also provide some unique structures on the pool and roof deck. On the pool deck, you can see 3 squares. They're evenly spaced basically on the south side of the pool. Yep. And then on the roof deck, there are 3 squares. 2 of them are aligned, one by the flying stairs kind of out of alignment. That is the gathered and combined toilet exhaust and shower exhaust from the rooms below, guest rooms below. Mechanical engineer has been very careful to get this to be all contained into one system. Those go 8 feet above the deck level, and then they are discharged at that point. Our design from this will show you, you've seen it in the package. It's designed to look as if it's a chimney element. We have 2 different cap types right now. We're doing 2 additional so we can mix and match and have some variety in that. This is really our best solution for both functionality, cost effectiveness, to get that to vent out. We couldn't go vent horizontally. We needed to take that up vertically through the building. As you know, this is a low building. We didn't have any extra room to move them sideways or anything. So those are the 6 locations we come up. We feel it's actually going to be something that can be a nice feature because we're going to be anchoring, as I said, the bar is going to anchor up against one of these pieces. The sun loungers on the pool deck, we're going to be able to get umbrellas that get adjacent to that and nest around that element. So it's not going to be sticking out too badly on the deck at all. One other square to point out to you, just at the north end of where we're showing the bar, that's one of our kitchen exhausts that come out. Again, a necessity in that space. That'll go up also 10 feet. There is a scrubber that's in there that's discharged from that space. So that is our roof deck. There's still a few things that are being massaged on the edges as far as parapet location. It's moving by a couple of inches, not by feet. And then parapet height plus guardrail, as Bob said, that's the massaging. We have everything locked down now and set to both function and have a great guest experience, but also take care of our mechanical systems and operations. So we can move from this and go into the primary package, our HLC submittal package, it was titled, to page 14, please, would be fine. And I'll walk you through some of the details. Thank you. Perfect. So you've seen our typical veranda detail above. We've covered that in the last session. Detail down at the bottom, I believe it's detail number 1. yes, commissioners, it's not quite right just yet. As Bob said, we absolutely will be dropping that lower section of plaster down below soil, below grade. So we understand the intent, absolutely. And as we're modifying that in Revit to teach it all around the building, we still have this to get revised. But we do understand the intent, and it'll be shown as such. You can go to the next page, please. Actually, we can go to page 16. We can skip this. We went through this one last time. This was our typical wall. There we go. Perfect. So in this, details 1, 3, and 9, we're showing our 3 different balcony conditions, and that's a full elevation plus section to see the proportions. Number 1 is facing into the courtyard. That only happens once. Something similar to this, very, very similar, is on the main elevation facing the motor court. Number 3 is one of our more common details like that, and it has the detail metal work down below the balcony itself. And then if you come back down to elevation and detail number 9, yeah, this is a simpler, more trim one that has the awning and the spears with it. As we said before, this is all 2.5-inch steel angle at the bottom. This is all painted steel. We have 1/2-inch bar stock, solid stock for our styles in this case. All those edges are going to be eased. It'll be a variable easing of the edges. So it's going to have a nice roughed edge, like not rough, smooth, but beveled. The bevel will vary in width, so it looks a little bit more handmade and hand wrought. And then the top rail will be about 3/8 inch stock, hopefully by 2.5. We'll check when we get our shop drawings back from the fabricator. But those details I just talked you through, plus of course 4-inch spacing, we had a different dimension, but 4 inches is what we're going to be doing. That's consistent for every balcony type. Our goal is to keep that consistent detailing, keep it simple, keep it looking clean. There will be 4 elevations, or excuse me, 4 balconies that will actually have tile also below. You'll be able to see as you approach. Those are at the 3 of the motor court and 1 facing the courtyard. We'll show you that tile in the next session with our other materials we're submitting next week for review on 27 May. If you can go to the next page, please. Great. So on the left-hand column, this is our technical drawings, but also compositional studies for the 2 different types of exhaust chimneys. The upper 2 of those details right now, there's some things we like and we want to keep. There's some things we're still revising. Actually, they're already out in the drawings we have today. If you can go to the uppermost, please. It's number 6. Thank you. So this would be one of the types that is either at the pool deck or roof deck. Please disregard the paneled access door. It's not going to be that. We're going to have a nice slimline reveal joint, and it's going to be a plaster inset panel, so that joint really disappears and the panel looks as if it's homogeneous to all the plaster that surrounds. The section, what's important for you to understand, and this is, I think we have a clever solution at this point. We're taking our inline fan for the toilet and shower exhaust from below, and also taking our toilet venting. That's the pipe that's shown to the right-hand side of that section. Correct. They both come up through one housing. So for a guest on the outside looking up to the 8 feet, you're not going to see, you could maybe see the shroud that's separating the toilet vent stack exhaust compared to the toilet exhaust itself. So really, it's, I think, a clever way to take care of this functionality we have to have, but hiding both systems together so we could minimize the amount of penetrations we had in our roof. Panning down to the detail below, please. Same mechanical approach, same comment about the door. It's now a thin hairline reveal joint with a panel that's in sit that's also stucco plaster. You can see with the peaked type of a chimney top, we have a way to, again, get that shroud to take the toilet vent through that space as well, and then still have our inline fan that's driving the whole system. If we continue down further, please. This is where we truly have a fireplace. We have a couple of locations where we have a true chimney. So similar look, similar approach, but this would be with the true penetration then with the spark arrestor at the top. So that's walking you through what that is. That's the 6 locations I just talked about on the roof deck. As Bob said at the beginning, we're going to mix and match a little bit, maybe 2 more types of tops that go on that to give some variety. If you can pan back out on this page and go to the, thank you. So the other details remain the same. Detail number 2, we don't have resolution yet for the commission. We are looking at, obviously it's possible to do a ridge vent like this. We're also looking at what was suggested before, spray-on rigid insulation. We're having that evaluated for both cost effectiveness, but also installation, etc. Next meeting, we can give you an answer through ownership and the contractor, which approach we're going to take. So this detail I'd like to put on hold until next session together. We can go to the next page, please. So as Bob mentioned to Chairperson Grumbine, we did our study. Everything you're seeing clouded in blue that's us for ourselves telling you we're not finished with this part of it yet. So actually these have already evolved past this point because again, it was a week ago. But the whole point of the study was to look at both of our proportions, but also our transition from column base to pedestal or ledger. In all cases, almost all cases, our column face is coplanar with the facade face that's below. We thought that was an important detail to keep that feeling like it's smooth. That's therefore in detail number 7, for example, you can see we've added a ledger piece that would wrap around all 4 sides going past the stiles of the balustrade. And yet that ledger that's out there is a projection which then allows our column base, which is shown too wide here. Again, it's been revised since then. So that's going to get trimmed in a little bit. That gives us a chance to have that projection out for the ledger and then set back in for the base at the column. But the column and the facade below are all coplanar. Also, the corbel lintel above and the facade above that, at the top of the detail, those are also coplanar. We have revised our detail for that OG curve. Actually, the detail we have right now is simpler, cleaner. It'll be better as far as when it's installed, and we think it'll look better too. And that'll be shown next week when we submit our drawings next week. Coming straight off the top of the column caps, 1-inch flat horizontal projection, and then a quarter round up. And we've tested it in the whole building. It looks much better across the whole building. So these are different conditions, square columns all the way through. The column to the right in detail number 3, column number 2. We do have just a couple of conditions where it comes down flush, and we felt we did not need to have that ledger there to separate because it was starting to get too complicated in a very small space. We're trying to be very careful about balancing the visual weight of something and not having it become too crowded. If you could pull back out to the whole sheet, please, I can direct you a little bit more. Okay, so detail number 9, lower left-hand corner. So this, when we had submitted this last week, not complete. This is incorrect in section. The approach is correct in the elevation and plan. We've widened this out now so that the pilaster is the width of the wall. We do have 2 different conditions. We have a pilaster that's engaged in the wall. That pilaster head at the capital actually has then a projected facade, of course, that meets that. So those are coplanar. And we had errantly shown that the upper portion is not coplanar. But the idea is to have that quarter round. That quarter round actually drops a little bit below the adjacent end of the veranda balconies. And then that, of course, we end our balustrades, which is our typical detail that we discussed with you last time. That sleeved joint where we have the embedded behind the plaster is the main housing that receives the post coming in from the balustrade. The other 2 conditions to the right then are just derivatives of this. And again, detail number 1, this happens on the courtyard facing back in, east wing, Cabrillo wing, facing back into the courtyard. It feels like it's more of an add-on, we have a break in our roof. It feels like it's a bit more of a rain and shade cover. So we want to keep it simpler, not quite have as much detail or expression. And also that beam that's above is coplanar with the column. That column is set back though 2.5 inches from the facade that's below it. So we want to explain to you every time we have a base now, it's never projecting over unless it has a ledger to carry it. So that is our study. It's a week old. We made quite a lot of progress since this. We have another sheet of another 4 different kind of variant conditions, but we wanted to help you understand our general approach and language. As Bob said, we took the precedent buildings very seriously. Bob and Christine Pierron, of course, have taken that very seriously. They've been guiding us on the specific details. And we want to show you progress today. We'd like to get the final presentation and approval in our next session in 2 weeks so that we can then move on and lock that all down and hopefully head towards a final approval. So those are our column details at this point. If you can go to the next page, please. Great. As Bob said, this is the same detail on the top that we had before. We are showing the chamfer. I think our line weight's a little bit better now, but it is a chamfer. So all on the north and west facades that face into the courtyard where our loggia is, going past the meeting room, going to our 3-meal restaurant. It is a chamfered edge, so you can see the plan above. The columns are octagonal. And then below are 3 main column types out of the porte cochere. The middle column, number 2, we've now revised that to be similar to the other 2 conditions, and that is coplanar. So the underside of our arch comes around, it's coplanar with the inside or the side edges of our column. And then our column capital is basically a band that's wrapped around. So the 2 outside conditions, 1 and 3, are the correct approach. Number 2 has been revised to then reflect that. We've also revised our spring point of our arch to be just slightly above that uppermost capital band that's there. Okay, that's page 19. That's through the details that we have so far. We want to talk to you also about our gutter. So we did have a detail that shows our gutter. We were trying to get our sample in. I know that a few of the commissioners had requested details about our rain gutter system. We are looking at right now and suggesting to use a bonderized gutter system that would be painted. We're trying to get that sample back so we can submit that in with other materials for our next session. We've heard the commission's request to have it be copper. At this point, discussing with ownership and what's been done, there's precedent also for other buildings having that bonderized that's then painted gutter system. That's the way we're approaching it right now and leaning towards that. And as soon as we have a metal chit sample to send over to you in that material set, we'll send that along so you can review that as well. So that's not showing the details, but that's something we definitely want to make sure we mention to you. And then I believe, Bob, we did send in the study of the swing door and sliding door. It was a separate exhibit that was sent in, and I know it was so if you don't mind, I'll just zip through that real quick. So we had, go ahead, Bob. I can see you want to say something. Oh, okay. So as the commission had noted, and that was always Bob's intent in the initial design with Robert Greene as well, everything that's on the ground floor has swing doors. And our glazing system, again, we're working with Arcadia. We also took very seriously the comment about rails and stiles inside the glazing system to make sure it's proportionate. We're trying to get those drawings back from Arcadia to confirm the sizes of those elements. But this blue dot is all the swing doors, everything on the ground floor for a guest room. Go to level 2, please. Thank you. The numbers in the upper left, upper right are not correct, but I'm going to tell you the correct numbers. Blue dots are, again, swing doors. Pink dots are sliding doors. All of our conditions where we have a sliding door on level 2, these are all set back in a veranda that is more than 6 feet deep. So the idea is all of the glazing, so from level 2 sliding glass door, the dimension of that glazing, the door part, compared to level 1 swing doors, it all aligns in all of our elevations, which is what you saw in each of our elevations. The sliding door, you wouldn't really see the difference because it's, again, as you're looking up from the ground, you're going to see the ceiling area, which is a board-on-board design. See that space, you'd see the top of the glazing, you'd only see about halfway down. For level 3, you'd see very little, maybe just the head of the glazing system. So we felt it would be effective to have that sliding glass door, and it gives us a much better chance to have patio furniture out on those verandas, which is, again, a real value add for guests. So there's a win-win in doing it that way.
And
level 2, please, Bob, go ahead.
But there's always even panels of sliding doors. The doors always be in the same plane. So like a French door, the doors are always aligned in the center. That's not where they're offset because we always, again, have even number of panels across the guest room. So you don't see that.
Good add.
Sorry.
Yep, good add to that. Good, thanks. So on level 2, 15 swing door rooms and 30 rooms have sliding glass doors. If you can get a level 3 now, please. Great. So we have 4 rooms that have swing doors. Again, each of them have a straight balcony. We're not going to the veranda, including the presidential suite at the right-hand side, and then 20 guest rooms that have sliding doors. So we did want to be able to respond back to the commission about that concern. We believe it's a beautiful looking building. As Bob just said, it all fits because the system's all aligned. I don't think it'll be anything that's not pleasant to look at from the outside at all, and great for guests to have outdoor furniture that works better on levels 2 and 3. So that's what I want to share with you as far as both detailing where we're at as far as that coordination, the door swing comments, our roof plan. We do have the designer from Burton Studios, our landscape architect, on the line. If there's any questions that you wanted to direct them to. And that's what we wanted to present so far as far as details.
Great, thank you. Did you have any part of the landscape presentation to present now, or is it just for questions? Is there anything?
We have nothing new for this week to present, as we did submit the illustrative site plan last time. Same plan. We're still working on that. We've got our grading set now, and stormwater management plan is just about finished. So nothing new, but they are on the line if you had any questions or any commissioners did, or for the pool deck.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So if that finishes your presentation, we'll open public comment. All right. So any member of the public wishing to comment, you can follow these instructions. Raise your hand.
Chair. So yes, just please raise your hand using the hand icon, and I'll call on you 2 minutes to speak. At this moment, I don't see anyone from the public who wishes to speak, and I'll just ask Pilar if we received any written comment.
Mr. Chair, there was no written correspondence submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So in that case, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for questions.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
I just have one landscape question. Under the motion 2 weeks ago, we were asking for full-size shrubbery, I think, and I'm assuming that will be taken care of when we see you in 2 weeks. That was a comment with a question added to it by inflection.
I heard a question. This is Kirk Gensler. Absolutely, we can be able to respond back to that. And again, our goal is to have our 10 June meeting be our last approval meeting. So we know we have a lot to cover between now and then to stay on track with the development agreement. Landscape will be done at that time next session as well.
All right, thank you. That's my question.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Other questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner House.
The only question I have is your description of the sliding glass doors and that they're in the same plane. So are they like a lift and slide or something like that, that when they're closed, they go in the same plane, and then as you open them, one goes back and behind the other?
Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you. So Commissioner Howes, not quite. The point of that is, I'm gonna have to use my hands, sorry, but our side lights are in one plane. Our sliding glass doors are biparting like that. So they are a separate plane, but they're going to be opening up on both sides.
Okay. I didn't
so
realize there were side lights. Okay.
Yeah, side lights in every window. Every guest room has side lights with about a 10-inch stub wall to give us our blackout curtain conditions. Side lights, and then two doors. French doors
Is there
down below.
Between the doors and the side lights that has the heft of a mullion?
It's the heft of a million, and that's the proportions we're working with Arcadia right now, is to look at that proportion. I think it's a 2.5 inch or 2.25 inch system, basically. And we're making sure that then the elements that are within the glazing system look thinner and lighter, as the comments were from the commission last time.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to seeing those maybe in the next submission.
They will be.
All right, thanks.
Any other commissions or any other questions, Commissioner House? Okay, Commissioner, or any other questions from any commissioners? Okay, I had one question or a couple questions. If we can go to the detail sheets, and maybe we'll just kind of walk through them because I just have sort of a series of questions that I might want thoughts on and understanding your design intent.
Sure.
So if we
starts on page 14. Excuse me, Commissioner Gumby. Yeah, it starts on page 14 for our details we discussed today.
Okay, so we went over the detail 1 and the weep screed. Okay, actually next page. And then actually any other commissioners that have questions on the pages as we go, maybe just throw them out there and we'll add them too, so that we can, because there's more and more pages here to be going through. So if you have a question, please just jump in. Okay. So we talked about the sliding door condition. Okay. Yep. That's good. Next page, please. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I had a question about this. Can you, you had, Robert, you had so many beautiful, evocative photographs of all different historical inspirations, especially early on. And what I'm wondering, and this is going to play out in the columns too, but what I'm wondering is there something that you're looking at? Because, and I'll preface it with the balcony type A elevation, detail 1, is sort of the most glaring, to me, the most glaring example of it's really not there. And I'm wondering if, the scroll, the curve of the iron is very bad in the bottom, and it goes up and intersects in a sort of strange way with the metal balcony itself, and then goes up as a stiffener, and it sort of has a super simple spear and just goes up higher than that, and then it ties back to the wall. And then similarly for the awnings, it seems like they're somewhat just sort of simplified placeholders. And I'm wondering if there was specific inspiration, or if they're just needing to be worked out more, or right now it seems like they're sort of they're kind of giving sort of a generic typical, but aren't getting into that depth of the beauty of the images that you were showing us at the beginning.
I agree. I was told I could not show you photographs, so I won't do that.
Well, yeah, and actually, that actually might be helpful in terms of especially this review process, because it's impossible to even point to things perfectly, let alone sketch something or even have that kind of dialogue. And so it might be actually more helpful to have an inspiration image, and then that ties to some of these drawings. To not that you're going to build an inspiration image, but to have the discussion of what the way in which you would build something so that it does look as good as the inspiration image, so that the iron worker doing the scroll on that balcony doesn't bend that scroll all the way up and almost touch it, but not actually touch it, and no strap or no rivet or no connection detail, and so that we know that we're not going to end up with the drawing as shown. And at least actually to help facilitate the discussion of where you're going with it, because the drawings right now are not there in my mind. So and there's the columns as well as we get into those, but I want to perhaps perhaps this will be an example of some of those some of the columns and some of the pieces that you've been looking at and inspired by, as a way of at least talking about, and also making sure the drawings are getting to that level of showing those connections and details. So, and yeah, I guess that's rolling into a comment, but I guess the question is how can we make sure that we're going to get the beauty of what the inspiration images that you were showing? And I guess one example and this is a question for detail 11, but it looks like there's a connecting plate, and is that a bolt that's going through, or is that a rivet, or is that a weld, or how is that? As you go in there, how is that?
First of all, to answer your question, these are a week old, and I'm sorry to keep saying that, but we're moving.
Yeah.
I would absolutely be happy to show you photographs of the inspiration behind these balconies. We have detailed them completely. These are, again, are old. Just to go back to your last question, our goal here was to have the attachment to the building behind the stucco facade. So you didn't see a great big plate on the wall. If you look at old southern farmhouses from southern Spain, they didn't have these big plates. So our goal there was to put that behind the wall. The other thing I want to point out is the spacing of the pickets is not right. They should be 4 inches on center. They're half-inch tall pickets. As Kirk said, they'll be slightly eased edges. We want to have these matte finish, maybe too much detail right now, but Benjamin Moore Black Beauty is a great steel color. So if it's allowable, I would love to show you photographs of all of these for our next meeting in 2 weeks, if that's allowable.
Yeah, I think that'd be very helpful to also have that discussion, because how you might possibly hide some of the details or adjust some of them. I mean, I see zooming in here, that you've turned your picket 45 on the guardrail coming out, which is a very nice touch, and will probably be in a lot of the photos that you are showing examples of. And so it's just to make sure that, and then especially because we're in such a time crunch, wanting to make sure that the construction documents get up to that level of beauty and sophistication that this project really was going in and is going in, but and really deserves. But we just have a crunch here, so I want to make sure.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say for Mr. Glazier, when you turn in your resubmittal this coming week on Wednesday, you can include a photo set that will upload as supplemental information for the upcoming meeting.
Is the supplemental, can that be done a couple of days later or no? The supplemental information.
Ideally, I do want everything by end of day Wednesday. That is our cutoff day. Yeah.
It's music to my ears. That's how I'm used to working. So happy to submit those along with Chairperson Grumbine. If we can submit the column inspiration that's not in the set, and again, these drawings are old. So if we can do that as well,
yeah. I think that'll help facilitate a lot of that discussion quickly.
Compare the inspiration to the actual construction document, and you'll see exactly what you're going to get. So would love to do that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then,
of course, it might be the system to upload the courthouse into the submission, since that's the inspiration.
I'm sorry.
You broke off for that second there, Commissioner Early.
I was just suggesting it might overload the system to upload the courthouse, since that's the.
Yeah, well, that is the thing. I mean, there isn't a more larger collection of those great Spanish colonial details than on the courthouse. So, I think it'll be great to see what you're being inspired by and where you're tending towards with it. I guess the only other question I had was with the if we can go to the chimney detailing with the hidden or the hidden vent as well. And actually, I have one more question after that. But
page 17.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So if we can zoom into detail 5. So am I reading this right? So you have the bishop shroud, pointy plaster, and then you have the is that a strip of metal that's kind of curling underneath, and that's to hide the vent stack that punctures through it. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, Commissioner Grumbine. So the idea with that is you can see in the section to the left-hand most, you're getting it kind of across. Above that shroud, which drops down, is the toilet vent. So that's got then free air on both sides. Mm-hmm. Below that is the toilet. Where that is and the proportion of that is not set yet. We're still working. This is a totally new idea to our mechanical engineers to do it like this. Mm-hmm. So whether that is an inch up, I don't think it's going to need to go down. Whether we can get another inflection point or a bend in that, that's the stuff we're still working through on this.
Got it. Okay, sounds good. And then is there anything preventing like a wrought iron screen or a metal screen, similar to the one that you had started, that you have sort of big X's, the simple big X's that you have, but was there thought to screening it more in terms of, or is that going to cause problems with the airflow or other mechanical issues?
Yeah, the free air part of things, we're within tolerances. That's why in the other type that we're showing the very top of the sheet, we can get the X's, but it's got a lot of free area, obviously. This, just as far as precedent, we're trying to keep this open because I think that is the precedent, to have this type be more open. I think we could entertain doing a similar pattern, but we felt that it might get a little bit complicated from our standpoint. Just keep this nice and clean, have the peak be the peak, and that's your visual dominance, is that peak.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And then the only other question I had was with the columns that had the upper level columns that have what used to be, and I know that they're in process. Maybe we can go to the detail sheet.
Sure.
Kind of
page 18.
Find them.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. There we go. Yep. Oh, there we go. I know that you're revising these still. But were these, or at least some of these, originally wood beams above? Were they originally spanning with wood beams, or were they always plaster?
It's a great, can I answer? It's a great question. Yes.
Yeah.
Question, yes. Some of these were actually wood, and we decided early on to eliminate the wood. And some of these, Chairperson Grumbine, may be left over from those outlines. As I said, this is now old. We don't have these shapes.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to talk about something.
Okay, no, that'll go into comments, but I wanted to just check on that. I know they're still in process, but okay. Great. Those were all my questions. Any other questions from the commission before we go into comments? And I know Commissioner Edmonds might already have had to leave, so we'll try to keep things moving along here. But any other questions? All right, so why don't we roll into comments?
Mr. Chair?
Who's up first? Commissioner Drury.
Yes. Well, I'm thinking back to before time of Glazer and the plans that we had.
BG?
And before Bob. And what happened when he came in and he presented the plans was like, I was sitting next to Commissioner Mahan, and both of us lit up because we saw finally a coherent plan that was architecturally consistent. And I think that still holds true. I like the changes that you've made. I like the elimination of that stucco band across that. I can't remember if is it the east facing elevation, the south facing, anyway, that long band of stucco. I like the fact that you've raised those stucco screens, I think by at least half their existing length in the previous drawing. I think that's a lovely detail, making them taller. I like the elimination of the wood balcony. It was kind of superfluous. And I think generally the lines are remaining clean. The one thing that I would say, and I think Commissioner Grumbine sort of brought this up about the balcony, I think that I know that you have lots of work to do and you've got 2 weeks to do it, I guess, before you bring your next set in. But I would like to see a bit more. I think that the one thing that's been lost is sort of surprising details and pieces of poetry. I think that they have been subsumed or sometimes eliminated, and I would really like to see that. I think when I'm looking across the whole elevation from the street, and I'm trying to envision it, and it's not really difficult to do because your drawings have been so evocative. I would like to see something kind of inspired and unexpected put back into the elevations, particularly the elevations facing the ocean. Otherwise, I'm in favor of everything that you've done so far, and those are my comments.
All right, thank you. All right. Other commissioners that want to comment?
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, I've got a number of comments, and I'm assuming that you're taking notes for any motion. All right.
Yep.
I want to inquire or comment on the private elevator, and I'm trying to. Yeah, you have a hip roof on there. I'm wondering if that hip roof isn't almost a wasted effort, and this shouldn't be a parapeted flat roof. I think it would be a better solution. I'm looking at your Porte-Cochere North, for instance, sheet. My iPad is slow here on these huge drawings. Porte-Cochere North, elevation 1. That's sheet A101, 4101. I mean, that's one of the places I see the flat. I see the express elevator, and I see that
Hold on just 1 second. Okay, A4101. Okay.
Yeah, so you look at that, you can look at the top elevation of Porticashire North. You see that express elevator roof. And when you're any place on the ground, you're not going to see the roof. You're not going to see it. The angle of view is such that it's almost a waste of time. And I'm wondering if we wouldn't be happier with a flat roof corniced, nice cornice detail on a flat roof there, making it different than the major elevator tower, which we see, to its left. I would certainly ask you to consider that. It is, to me, that elevator roof is not resolved yet.
I would agree with that.
Okay. I look at, and you've answered a question for me, that all of these beams on top of the columns are plaster now. And some of them obviously work as being plaster. Some of them don't. And I'm going to kind of flip through my iPad here to see if I can identify some that don't, but you're not going to change them. I mean, I understand that. You're not going to change them. Although the column details, and let's go to the column details on sheet, what is that? Column details. Yeah, okay. So you go right there. So you've said, like on number 7, you've said you're going to revise that bracket. And go back up. You look at the double column 7, or you look at column detail 3. You look at, all of those brackets are, in my opinion, indicative of transferring a load between the top of the column and a wood beam. And they're not indicative of, that bracket is plaster, and it is not a traditional bracket. It is not a traditional detail. And I think if you're going to have plaster beams and not wood beams, and you've got to find another way to the column has to go up and be supporting the beam. The beam may have to be deeper, I don't know, but that both in that detail 3 and detail 7, and it dropped down a little bit on this elevation. All of those are that one that's 5. Those are indicative of wood brackets on top of a column, transferring the load from the wood beam down to the column. They're not indicative of a plaster or concrete beam to a column. So that has got to be re-looked at and re-examined. While we're on this sheet, looking at that column detail, I guess it's the one to the right. The proportion of both the base and the capital, in my opinion, are much too small for the size of the column, the girth of the column and the load that it's picking up visually. That capital detail should be much meatier, have more integrity to it. And I think that the base ought to have more weight and integrity to it. You have more weight and integrity to the base trim around the large rectangular columns that may also be on this page. But I think the capitals and the bases are not large enough. They're too small, and they've got to be made larger in proportion to the size of the column and the load that it is being, picking up. I want to go also, what's the next sheet down, down A106? Yeah, see there you have, even though it's plaster, the height of that base trim is more appropriate to the size of the columns themselves than what you see on the sheet above. This would be a great opportunity for a tile base, a red tile base or whatever. But even here, you look at the capital, look at that elevation 2. That's a really chunky column, But the base and the capital don't respect the size of the column and supposedly the load that's being picked up. Visually, it just is weak. I want to go to, what sheet is this? 4. I want to go to the Porte-Cochere A4 104. Bob, you still with me? I see Bob is signed off.
I think you scared him away.
Well, I don't want to be talking to myself. I don't want to be talking to myself.
I believe we're not able to comment, Commissioner Linder.
Okay,
We're just
yeah. If I can see your face.
Yes, sir.
Porte-Cochere West. You see that on the right side there, that beam that's going across. What's that beam supporting? Visually, it's supporting nothing. Visually, it's supporting nothing. There's not enough parapet there. I don't understand the proportions here that make this a poetic kind of thing. I don't know what's happening inside there. I don't know but it's weak. I mean, that whole elevation kind of thing there is weak and doesn't seem to work at all. I think you've got to restudy that Porte-Cochere West left elevation. Go up to A4 102, please. A4 102. The Courtyard South. Where do I find that? Courtyard South. What's my concern here? What's my concern? Courtyard South. Oh, man. You've got me here. I don't know what.
Was it an elevator thing or anything?
Well, it's the elevator. Yeah, it's I don't know. It just there's it's a number of. It's like that on the ground floor. There that beam over the flat-headed windows. Is that in the plane of the wall? That's all in the plane of the wall, isn't it? And that's a 2-story space there. So the arched windows above are part of the room that is on the windows below. Is that correct? Bob?
Hang on. I've just got them muted. Hang on just one moment.
I want to hear his breathing.
And actually, for this project, let's if we could. Normally we it goes just pure comments, but I think that there's a lot of stuff happening and it might be better facilitated at least now. We'll try to do it with an open mic a little more so that we can go back and forth a little bit if need be.
I question as you look at the heads on those 3 windows in the center. Those got to be rooms above because they got balconies on them.
Right, they are.
But I don't see how this can be that thin.
It's a spandrel panel, actually, Commissioner Limbeck. Yeah,
it is. Huh?
So actually, the facade, the main facade, that plane of the main facade with the 3 tall arches, our whole composition was to elongate those arches. They cover 2 stories. That spandrel panel is then set back in 3 inches, and that then is our true curb detail for each of the verandas at level 2.
Okay. So those aren't balconies, guardrails in those three arches?
They
Yes,
are.
they
They're way back.
Correct. And the trellis that you're seeing, just the horizontal line of the trellis, if you were out in the garden space or the courtyard space, you'd barely be able to see it through the trellis. If you were at the end of the courtyard, you could see possibly past the edge of the trellis. The intent was to span our panels. We can elongate those arches. And as Bob just said, balustrades are set back deep in the wall. And the walls here are 1 foot 2 inches thick.
Okay. Okay. Go down to the next sheet, A4105, and the retail building, the northeast elevation, both the northeast and the north. You know, as you drive along, what is it, Garden Street there? What's that street? Santa Barbara Street?
Cesar Chavez.
It's Cesar Chavez. You drive along Cesar Chavez and you're looking at that wall.
It's
you see that wall from Cesar Chavez.
Yes, there's sorry.
And a blank wall can be beautiful. I don't know that I concur that in this case that either the landscaping or the blank wall is presenting the best image to the street. Now,
Commissioner Lendick, let's actually go to the site plan real fast, because this goes where I think it might. Let's take a look at it and make sure we're understanding.
Okay.
I'm not understanding where this view is.
Okay, let's go to the
site plan.
Chairman Graham, if I could direct, it's page 20 of this PDF. That's our, I believe that's the illustrative landscape site plan. Sorry, one more page. There we go.
Yeah.
So it's a building there. There's a building there, right there on the top on the right.
Yes, it's in the corner.
And, And so you know, you are going to see that as you drive down Cesar Chavez.
Yep, gotcha. Good. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding.
And I don't know that that's presenting the best face to the street, which people are. I mean, you may have plans to put you know, a Holiday Inn sign on there or something. I have no idea. But right now, as a piece of architecture, I don't see either landscaping that is going to hide that or architecture, which is going to make it appealing.
So your approved, may I talk? Your Commissioner Lendick, your approved elevations had small windows. So you can see on the site plan here, they're still on the site plan.
I see that. I see that.
So our goal is, sorry.
I don't know the small windows are adequate. I might like to see, you know, arches along there with a 6-inch recess with a tile murals or something on it. Something that is, since you're presenting this to the public, the driving public, something that would be interesting and attractive to them. You know, maybe some arches along that facade, and you know, a 4-inch recess to the, you know, still a blank wall. I realize you're not going to put windows in there, but let them put graffiti on it. I have no idea, but right now I don't think it's a good solution.
Okay, so Commissioner Lendick, I do want to get one thing clear first. Is so what was the approved? Going from the approved set that we approved, and then without too much dramatic change, because we can't ask for change once we've approved it, at least to a dramatic level. So what was approved and what is still? Let's start with that. What was the approved design?
It had small windows. I don't know if we have that drawing available for the screen, but it did have small windows. Right behind this is the concrete crushing plant.
So then your proposal now is to get rid of those little windows.
I think it's a lack of coordination just yet with construction documents and the approved drawings. So we haven't shown this to you, so happily we'll do this next time.
Okay.
Nick, may I say one thing?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Every single thing Commissioner Lendick just said about the columns, the capitals, the corbels, I agree with. And it's a little bit frustrating because we fixed a lot of this, not all of it, but a lot of it. So happy to hear that you agree. You'll see
Well,
that.
yeah,
next
Then you
week.
won't have
I
much work
understand
to
that.
do for next week.
I understand.
Okay.
I-
All right. We got to. No. I don't want to go back and forth too much. We're in comments. Let's continue.
Yeah,
and
I
charge
got more.
through.
I have more comments, but
All right.
I trust the architect immensely. I trust him immensely. My fear is that if we happen to not comment on it,
Yeah,
then
I agree.
Whatever.
So
Okay.
I think that you're concerned with the elevation on that backside, and especially without windows, and perhaps some other way of alleviating that would be it. That's
Yeah. No, I mean, if they may come back and say, hey, we're going to put 6 olive trees there and mound it up, and you'll never see that. Then that's great. Then that's Frank Lloyd Wright's solution to a problem. I want to go to 8103, which are the balcony details. 8103. So when I look here, I see these balconies as not the detailing. Pull down a little bit, staff person, drop it down and enlarge the top half. When I see these balconies, down further, I don't see them as residential. If this was a residential balcony, you would have had a formed cap on top of the top rail. A cap that has got some shape to it. You wouldn't give us just a plain old flat rail. You would be something that you would put your hand on and feel good about, so on and so forth. I see a relatively industrial handrail here. Also, I don't, I think if you look at the elevation on maybe it's 1, I guess, the right one down there low, you've got corner posts, but you don't have any center posts. And I wonder if that thing is structurally going to be, it's structurally sound. I mean, but does it look weak having that much of a span without another post in it? The other thing I look at, and you go all the way to the right, the side elevation, a normal wrought iron bracket. Go to the right further. Go to the right further. I want you're right there. A normal bracket will have a reverse curve at the top of the strap metal bracket. It would never come in dead blunt like you show it. You got a curve at the bottom, and you would come up, and there'd be a reverse curve, and that reverse curve would pick up the structure of the balcony floor. And I think that the balcony floor should be thicker, should have more substance to it. What is it, 3 inches, 2 inches? I can't see right now. But I believe the balcony floor structure should visually be thicker on all of these balconies going on across. It's particularly the little one there at the number 9. I mean, it just is a little flimsy thing sticking out there, probably structurally fine, but it doesn't have gravitas, as they said about Nixon or whoever it was, Bush. Doesn't have gravitas. And I think that the balconies you've got to look more at the balconies, and maybe some of the pickets have got to be twisted. Maybe the pickets got to have the little furls in them, the little things in the middle, whatever. But these balconies have got to be residential in character, and they've got to be Mediterranean in character and design. And I think it's really, really important. I think I'm going to let somebody else take over from here, because I know Bob is going to come back, and I feel sorry for you. You've probably done a lot of this stuff already, but you had to submit these drawings a week ago to get them into us for today. If you can submit them, a day before or 2 days before, we would see a different set of drawings. But I know there's a problem there. But I'll stop right now.
All right.
I'm happy to know we're on the
All right.
same page. I'm happy to know we agree. So that's good.
Thank you.
Sounds good. All right, Commissioner Vena. Oh, I think you got to unmute.
Okay. On
That's
the wall adjacent to the railroad line, it seems to need some sweetening. It's just plain old white wall, and it's going to be fairly lengthy. Perhaps some roof tile on the top or whatever. I don't know how they're handling it, but or offsets or something just to make it a little bit more interesting as opposed to adding the shoot effect that's there. I was also wondering how wide the planters were in the pool area that are going to be housing the olive trees and what depth they're going to be to accommodate the olive trees there.
Okay, let's turn that into a question real fast and see if they have an answer for it right now.
Okay, question.
So do we know how wide the olive tree
planters are in that pool area that was presented in the beginning?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Vena, this is Kirk at Gensler. So the pool deck up above the 4 olive trees we had shown, I believe Joel is on the call also. Joel at Burton Studio is the landscape architect. If he's able to jump in, I'd be happy to have him give the final dimensions. I believe it was a 3-foot base for the tree well. It's a precast tree well that's going to be clad around the outside edge. It's been sized appropriately to have not a small starting tree, but be able to have a medium maturity tree be put in at the beginning. So it's not a small basin that's there. Structurally, it's also the maximum we can do because this is a wood framed building.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I was just wondering about that. I mean, things start out very well intended, but then things happen and the engineers get into it, and pretty soon you
have a bonsai tree.
You have something else there that we have to either accept and so on. I just, like Mr. Lenvik, I just want to make note of it and say that I hope it works out.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then of course the wall against the railroad line there.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sounds good. All right, anything else?
And I agree with Mr. Lenvik. Thank you.
All right.
That's all.
Commissioner House.
Mr. Chair, I also agree mostly with the comments from Commissioners Lenvik and Drury. First of all, Commissioner Drury, yeah, there is a feeling that there was a quality to the building before that seems to be getting lost a little bit. And of course, part of that is attributable to the change from the hand drawings to the CAD drawings. But also, that was such a great comment at the last meeting that everything is so symmetrical and a little more asymmetry would be a major benefit. And you did that on the railroad track elevation. I think you pointed that out. But I would point out that the 2 new windows you have, I think on the Cabrillo Street elevation, just seem ill-placed. I mean, they're the same size on the both floors. They seem to subtract from the perception of the mass of the chip.
Hold on 1 second. If we could go to that sheet just so I can get the detail number down.
Yeah.
Do we know what sheet that is, where the new windows are?
No.
I'm sorry, this is Kirk again. Sorry, I believe it is page 6. If not 6, sorry, go down one more. Sorry, one more again. Apologize. There we are.
Okay, so it's the elevation south, the right-hand corner of it. Okay, so we've got those 2 windows that seem to negate the masonry mass that's implied by the chimney above it. And they're both the same size, and they're stacked over each other. And, you know, of course, the nature of a hotel is there's going to be a lot of stacking and rhythm. But any time you have an opportunity to break that and have, you know, a composition instead of a formulaic elevation, seems like this might be an opportunity to do that. And, you know, obviously it's late in the game to make that comment as far as the rest of the building, but any opportunity you have to get a little more asymmetry and just a sense of composition to it would be great. As far as the wood balcony, you know, I could go either way. I mean, I certainly agree with Commissioner Lenvik's comment that, well, what is that now with that beam across it, but it's not supporting anything. I didn't mind the wood balcony because I think that what's been wonderful about the experience of working with you on this is the quirkiness that you understand and you've integrated into the building, and that seems to be getting lost a little bit. So the wood balcony to me kind of suggested a history to the building, an evolution where there were different phases to the construction. So for that reason, I had no problem with it. Likewise, I can't think of a specific location around town, but I've seen columns and arch window openings, steel window fenestration with a column capital returning back to the glass. I've seen it done in some different ways, but once again, it's a quirky detail I've always kind of enjoyed, and things seem to be getting a little bit more bare and stripped down as details like that are getting taken away. The guardrails, there's been quite a lot of comment on. My first impression was a half-inch pickets. It seems like this commission has always requested heavier than half-inch. Besides which, that's not too hard for a bad house guest to bend one of them if they're partying. But you know, it seems to me that 5/8 or 3/4 is what we typically ask for. I agree with the comment about the top rail. Something 3/8 inch thick seems kind of skimpy. But I think once again, this is where seeing pictures of your inspiration would help, because sometimes, you know, feeling more delicate is appropriate. Likewise with the bracket underneath, I've seen that done all manner of ways, and it doesn't necessarily have to have another volute underneath the deck of the balcony. I can almost visualize the picture you might have showed us, so I'm looking forward to seeing that again. I also made a note about some kind of metal mesh at the chimneys, because I think they just, well, especially where you have that fireplace and you're just seeing the spark arrestor at the top. You know, it looks like unresolved, and you didn't think about how to integrate that detail into the architecture of the building. So I know you can get copper, which might be preferable than trying to keep steel painted, but copper mesh, you know, with a 1/8 inch wire gauge, something like that. And, you know, it'd be mostly open, but it's something that your eye sees first, because behind that is darkness. And as far as the bonderized gutter, thank you for reminding me of that term, bonderized. I was trying to remember that last time. I don't have a problem with gutters and downspouts being painted. You mentioned last time something about a painted patina, and I don't know if that's still under consideration, but I think, you know, just painted the building color is fine with me. Copper is great too, but I don't think it needs to be copper. And final comment would be the retail building. I have no problem with that blank wall. I think it suggests, I don't want to say a walled compound, but I mean, it seems appropriate to the style of architecture, and it's set well back from the street, and it doesn't have to be totally planted out with landscaping, but I think that I just have no problem with that, especially since it's skewed to the street elevation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, any other question or any other comments? Other commissioners with comments? Okay, so I would say that the echo most of the other comments. A few that I wanted to particularly touch on was I think that was the shift to wood, or to plaster from wood. I think that really needs to be resolved, because it's not just the shape, but it's also the tectonic you know, proportions of, and as you, I'm sure Bob know, you know, the arches and the springing and the load-bearing masonry and or you know, the load-bearing substance that the wall is implying being super thick and plaster, and then to have it go kind of super skinny as a beam and run across the top of a big expanse of a doorway, or not just a doorway, like a whole huge opening in the wall, feels like it's starting to get it's starting to deteriorate to the point of losing its integrity as a building. And you could pull it off with a wood beam and brackets and whatever, and transfer load that way, because it's sort of like it was an open air, or is an open air porch, and it's holding the roof, but it's implying implying a wood structure, a wood heavy timber structure. The few other comments I would add would be that the wrought iron, and I don't know if other commissioners felt similarly, but if we can zoom in on this detail, actually, or not detail, but this elevation 3 south here, it actually is a good example. At certain points, it seems like that little tiny bit of wrought iron above the plaster walls is getting too chintzy. It's getting so small. It looks like it's 6 inches tall or something, or less. And it seems like those walls either want to go down to give to let that wrought iron above it not just be 6 inches of railing or whatever it is, or go up. And I know that the views were part of it, but there might be situations where you think that it would be better to go up underneath the columns with that wall and just let the railing die against it, because just having a little sliver of railing over the top of the wall is it feels kind of code forced, and rather than just designed. And I know it is code forced, but it doesn't feel like it has the same elegance as a lot of the rest of the building. So that ties into the wrought iron comments. And then let's see, I think that covers it. So let me try to attempt to summarize the comments. And I know that you have already have a number of these we've indicated that you're already resolving well on your way. So that'll be good to see next time. One of the overarching comments was that we're worried that it's starting to lose, and all either Commissioner Lenvick's gravitas or Commissioner Drury would say poetry, or Commissioner Mahan. And from what you has shown us earlier on, we want to make sure that all stays in it. So as a general reference, as we talked about, bringing pictures to show how the construction documents are going to first help facilitate discussion about the detail that you're going for, and then also discuss how the construction documents actually show that detail playing out. So that's going to be one, is to bring inspiration images and and for all the various elements, as many as possible. Let's see. There was to consider, so the private elevator was not resolved. It's not resolved to satisfaction yet. Consider a parapet flat roof with a cornice as opposed to the hip roof on sheet A4.101. Let's see. The plaster beams on top of the columns are not resolved. On top of what were the wood columns are not resolved, and so either resolving them properly in plaster or taking them back to wood would be the solution. Column. Let's see. I think in general, as just a general note for the columns, most of the columns felt like the capitals were too wimpy and the bases were too wimpy, not tall enough or large enough. But I think a lot of that will be answered with the inspiration images of the columns that you're looking at and being able to facilitate the discussion there. The Porte-Cochere West, if we can go to that. Let's see, I have a note here for that. And then if we can zoom in. All right, so what was there comments on the Porte-Cochere West? Maybe
That's
I missed-
courtyard.
I missed-
That's courtyard west. You're looking
Oh,
at.
okay. Oh, thank you. Where's share left? Oh, is it the little building?
A4 104.
All right, thank you.
A4 104.
All right. Okay. Oh yeah, so that was the comment about the plaster above. Were there any additional comments on that one? I think it was probably just the plaster being above the columns on the upper right. So we've already covered that one. Okay. Courtyard South. If we go to Courtyard South. There we go. Oh. All right. So what were some of the unresolved pieces here? It was just the clouded portion that they're still studying. Is that right?
Well, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
My concern was the header size over those windows on the ground floor, and I just, if the windows above are rooms,
mm-hmm.
then where's the floor structure? I mean, where's the substance in that detail there between the first floor and the second floor? It may be resolved when I see a section through it or something. I don't know. Just
okay. So for that, let's say we want to look at the Courtyard South, and did the openings themselves change as well since our last approval, or was that rolled in because there's been so many versions of it? For clarity, did the arched openings and did that thickness of where the columns are coming down and where the Commissioner Mahan or Commissioner Lenvix pointing out the plaster above the doorways, was that all approved previously, or has that changed?
Chair, this is Uli. I think the comment that Commissioner Limvick is referring to is obscured by that trellis assembly that intersects that depth of plaster from the floor line above to the window head below.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty substantial piece of plaster there. It's just interrupted or obscured by the trellis that's in front of it.
So maybe, and this is Revit, so it should be easy enough. Maybe we take a look. We ask for a perspective to look at that from ground level, looking at the so we can see the effect of it from ground level.
Or a section through there.
Okay.
Would clarify it for me.
Okay. Okay. So we'll just say section through Courtyard South elevation at arched openings. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Uli?
In that note you make, it just might be a section through B12 or B11 or B10.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, let's go B11.
Yeah, any one of those I think will help. Something between B11 and B12 or something like that.
Yep, sounds good. Okay. Okay, and then let's go to A8.103. And so the with this is all basically about wrought iron and the balcony and the railings and the stiffener and the brackets and everything. So for the wrought iron in general, to have inspiration images and also develop them in a more poetic way. And knowing Mr. Glazer, I'm sure he'll know exactly what I mean. Okay, and then so there was a comment about making the balcony floors visually thicker. I think it might be able to be done different ways, but I think in general they usually end up looking thicker, whether there's like a wrought iron skirting around, or whether there's some other detailed piece of the wrought iron coming together. They usually end up being thicker, but I would say more traditional as the general comment, because I think that there might be all kinds of ways of doing it that are quite nice and lovely, and just thickening it wouldn't be really, might not solve the issue. Let's see, wall adjacent to railroad. Okay, so the wall adjacent to the railroad, and let's call them out if we can, particularly on the elevations. So what sheet is that on, those elevations of those walls along the, is it the little building facing Calle Cesar Chavez, the courtyard building?
No, this is Uli. It would be the face of the building that's along the railroad track, not the little building.
Gotcha. Can we go in site plan real fast and just verify that, or because I think there might be, okay, so if we zoom in, so which is the side of where that looks like the truck?
Yes, that back
parking
that back.
is. And what was because that's where all the elongated arch and everything is, that where we just looked at, right? And the grill work on it.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so let's look it up in elevation actually, and just make sure. I think that was Commissioner Vena that had a comment on that. Let's just make sure we're talking about the right elevation. Commissioner Vena.
I think he was talking about the property line wall, wasn't he?
So
elevation number 3 on this page, northwest.
Commissioner Vena, is that what you were talking about? That was that elevation, or was it just like Commissioner Lemick was saying, a property line wall? And in which case, I want to make sure we call it out as the right wall. Commissioner Vena, are you there? Hello, Commissioner Vena.
Commissioner Vena's on the line still, but you just need to unmute yourself, Commissioner Vena.
Anyway, I think it needs some relief so that the people on the train as they're leaving or coming, they see something sweeter than just a plain bizarre wall, whatever length it's going to be.
Is that on the elevation? That's the detail, the elevation we're looking at right now, right? Elevation 3, the elevation northwest wing.
I don't know, but it probably runs east and west.
You're talking about the property line wall, aren't you, William?
Yes, property line wall.
Oh, okay. So there's a regular wall. Okay.
Yes.
Do we have an elevation of that, or is
it showed up on a different plan? That I think it's going to be 8 feet high or something of that nature.
I don't believe we've seen that, but it is.
Well, they showed it in one of the presentations, the elevation paralleling the railroad easement.
Actually, let's ask the applicant on that line. Is it in this set that we're looking at now? That wall?
Yes, they showed it. It's kind of a shadowed.
Excuse me, Chairperson Grambine, this is Kirk again. So we do not have that in the package that's shown right there. Burton
Okay.
Studio is looking at the design of that. We can definitely have that in the next submittal, which would be reviewed 2 weeks from now, but it's not currently in the package you're reviewing.
Okay,
right, thank
perfect.
you.
We'll just have that added in. Okay, so if the property line wall, and we'll say that the comment is it's important to articulate it in some way, whether it's landscape or relief or accommodate or architectural detailing or a combination of the two.
More architecturally, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Architecture. Okay. And then let's see.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner House.
I do seem to remember seeing that today also, and perhaps it's in that elevations PDF. A tab along the top, if we go to elevations PDF. Because that showed before and after, or previous submittal and current, and I seem to remember one of them had that ghosted image of the property line wall.
It's like looking for the raven.
Exactly. Only Michael and I know what that means. There, that's it. That was it. Previously.
Okay, gotcha.
So that was it.
Can you zoom in?
I think it
So is
deserves.
that
some-
just
I think it deserves some attention.
okay? Sounds good. I think that makes sense in terms of what we need to see for that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then actually, Commissioner Vania, while you're on, so the pool olive trees, it's a 3-foot base. Does that sound good to you? Adequate?
Yes, it does, as long as it's 3 feet. I think it should be 4 by 4 at least, or something of that nature. I think 3 feet is just too small for the type of tree you're going to put in there for the elevation that eventually that I think you're looking for. Elevation of the tree, that is.
So, all right. So for a 4-foot box for the olive trees of the pool.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
And I don't know what the curb
All right.
or wall or containment is going to look like, but
Yep. Okay, and then let's see. Let's talk about the windows that were added. As Commissioner House called them, ill-placed windows. Which elevation were those on?
Cabrillo Boulevard. I don't know what compass direction that is. South elevation, perhaps. Not in this set, but in well, maybe it's in this set as well.
Yeah, I think it should be in this set because it was the before and after.
Yeah.
It's actually better to go look in this set because I think we're looking at how the change was.
Well, let's see. That might be it.
No, I don't think it's that one.
No, there's a chimney. Yeah. Not that one.
There it is. If you zoom in.
Yeah.
On the right. Yeah. Yeah, all the Spanish architecture looks the same. They should make it like objective design standards or something. Okay, so that was the before and after, or the previous and then the now. And I agree. Like other commissioner, if you don't agree, please speak up. But I agree with Commissioner House's comment that it seems like it's just regularized and stuck in there. It doesn't have sort of that poetry of the little window was before, and maybe there's an asymmetry or something else that can happen to make it charming. But those windows seem to not be as good as the previous design, which just goes to show you that landscape architects help fix architects' problems and interior designers create them. Just kidding. Okay. So then the other comment, so that window and window composition needs to be restudied. It is not preferable or not acceptable the 2-window solution as proposed. And then guardrails or pickets should beef up to 5/8 or 3/4 per Commissioner House's comment. I would agree with that, even though George Washington Smith and others, you'll find a 1/2 inch, but those were also much shorter in terms of their height in general, and so and not to our current code. So I think as you elongate, they do seem to need to be more beefy. And then the only other comment was, or one other comment was the chimneys and hiding the mechanical, whether it's spark arresters or plumbing or other things, hiding it or at least giving it a bit of a screen so that it's not so obvious. And that was whether it's with a mesh or some other solution, that was a desired change that we wanted to see. And then I have properly lined wall in architecture details. I think we may have covered that previously. I would, you in your presentation already covered the fact that you were aligning things, and that was going to be one of my comments in terms of wall planes and how you have that buttress element that comes out and just goes back to the wall. It's like a tack on. So it seems like you're going to be covering all that, but just because you said that you're already underway with it. So yeah, just make sure to have your alignments correct with your with the neck or face of the square piers or columns, and kind of the depth direction as well of the wall. So, but it's all, you already mentioned that at the beginning, so I just wanted to officially reiterate it. So I think those are all the comments I have, or I caught. Were there any other ones I missed?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Lenvick.
Yeah, it's not that you missed one. If Bob is still listening, go to A8104.
I am definitely listening.
Okay. I'm communicating to you as someone who's like you has been there before. Your towers or your vent stacks or whatever, you're blowing a lot of bathroom air up, as well as vent stack air catching, and that air may be cooler or warmer, but in any case, at least, you know, if you look at the Bishop's Hat detail, either detail, that air is going to be bounced off and driven back down towards the floor. And that concerns me from the standpoint of how that space with, you know, it's 8 foot high, if I recall, 8 foot high. I mean, I can reach 8 foot and I can feel that air coming out. And I don't know that the solution is there, but I think you should be looking at some way to blow this stuff straight up and not get it bounced back down on you. It just, whatever, just an opinion between two guys, you know, who do this kind of work.
Not an expert on that, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it's you know, warm air falls, the air is blowing up, it's hitting that Bishop's Peak on the inside, and it's coming back down at the bar or whoever's sitting there or standing there. And I just don't know that this is the best solution for you. In any case, on detail 6, you've got wrought iron X's grill there. If you live with this, I think those ought to be tile, fired clay tile, which has some depth and obscuring and so on and so forth. But I don't know. I don't know. I can
Okay.
approve it. I can approve it, but you may not be happy with it.
I have to say, all
Okay.
comments today, I agree with. You're spot on. I agree.
Okay.
We'll fix it. Sorry.
Super. All right. So with all those comments, any other comments before that gets turned into a motion? Someone would like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner House.
what was the applicant's preference for a 2-week continuance?
Yes, I believe so.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Plummer?
Mr. Chair, they've requested a 2-week continuance, yes, for May 27th. That's the next meeting.
My motion is for a 2-week continuance with the comments articulated.
Second.
Who was first to second?
Uli.
Uli, okay. Good. All right, second by Uli. All right, under discussion? Any discussion?
All
right.
Uli again. I agree with the synthesized comments that you've written down there, Mr. Chair. Good progress on this review.
All right.
Mr.
Great.
Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. I can conduct the roll call vote if we're ready.
All right, I think we're ready. Roll call vote.
All right, Chair Grumbine,
Aye.
Vice Chair House,
Aye.
Commissioner Drury,
Aye.
Commissioner Edmonds. Believe she's absent at this point. Commissioner Lenvik,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan. I believe he's also absent, but I will scroll through the attendees list just in case.
I believe he said he was standing down from the item.
All right. Commissioner Uli
Yes.
and Commissioner Vania.
Aye.
All right, that concludes the roll call vote. Thank you.
All right, unanimous. All right, well, thank you very much for this.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Hi,
Oh.
Suzanne Elledge here. I just
Oh,
wanted to thank the commission. We have been being scheduled as the last item on the agenda, which has been very helpful because we've had lengthy discussions and we appreciate that. And I just hoped that that might also be the case in the upcoming 2 hearings because there's going to be a lot of material to cover. So I just wanted to put that out there and thank you for putting us on the agenda at the end so that we did have more time.
All right, thank you, Pilar.
Suzanne, if we were meeting in the meeting room all together, we would expect hors d'oeuvres and beverages, but we're not.
Here, here.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
if we get your home addresses, perhaps we could make a delivery.
Just to keep us going to the long, long hours. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Sounds good. Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Mr. Chair, Michael Drury here. On that subject, I really don't like these long items at the last. I think it's counterproductive and inefficient. I would hope that this gets put at least in the middle, but not on the end. It's really here we are. It's almost running up on 5 hours, and it's a burden with all this detail. I think we should put it either very first or in the middle, but I really don't like it at the end. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't agree with him. I think that this is a very important building and we deserve to give it all the attention we can and not have other projects waiting for us to move ahead. So I think being at the end is very good.
Well,
Mr.
we
Chair.
can open public comment and see if there's someone else that has an opinion about this too.
Mr. Chair, if we're done with the meeting, can you please adjourn it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Yep. Sounds good. We'll leave it to Pilar to schedule everything. All right. A meeting is adjourned.
No, Mr. Chair,
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to bring
Yes.
something to attention to the committee, and that is the Amazon facility. It was brought to my attention by Mr. Bob Cunningham, of whom you all know.
Mr. Chair, since the
Oh,
meeting
are we
is adjourned
officially
and
over?
it's not, yeah,
Oh.
it's not appropriate to
Okay.
make a comment at this
Sorry,
time. I
Commissioner
would
Vena,
ask,
we're-
yeah,
All right.
Commissioner Vena, you can bring it up at the May 27th meeting.
Okay, well, I'll have to do that, won't I? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.